I used to be a process server and I have a lot of interesting stories from that job. I have a couple that really scared me. This is one of the stories that really scared me. The experience that confirmed that I should always trust my gut. I went to an apartment building to serve someone who lived there. When I was walking up to the building, there was an older man sitting on the bench right next to the front door. He had a cane next to him. He was friendly and said hello. I said hello back, and initially, my guard was down, so I started some small talk with him. I attempted to open the front door, but it ended up being locked. So I explained to the man that I was a process server, and I was attempting to give some papers to someone that lived in the building. He started going on about how he had a daughter my age, and that he wouldn't be comfortable with her being a process server because it wasn't a safe job. He also said it must be extra unsafe for me because I'm so small. I was 5'2", and at the time, I was 110 pounds. I instantly started to feel like something was off. I also thought that maybe I was being overdramatic because this was an older man who has to use a cane. I felt like it was almost rude to be cautious of someone like that. I still had a job to do, and I wasn't going to let this deter me from doing that. So I asked the man if he was willing to let me into the apartment building. He said he would. It seemed like it took him some effort to stand up and walk towards the door with his cane, so I started to feel like I had been overreacting. The man opened the door for me and I walked into the building. I was about to go up the stairs, but the man insisted I take the elevator. I started to feel very uneasy, but for some reason I agreed to take the elevators anyway. I thought the man would leave me alone if I took his suggestion. I started to walk over to the elevator and he followed me. He continued to talk to me. He asked me about my job and life. I was trying to be vague. When I got to the elevator, the man also got onto the elevator. At this point, I froze because I didn't understand why he had followed me. The man was standing closer to the back wall of the elevator, and I was standing closer to the door. I didn't want to make eye contact with him in that enclosed space alone, but I was watching him in the reflection on the shiny metal door. I asked him why he got into the elevator with me, and he said that he was watching out for me. When the man said this, I could clearly see that his head was facing me, and it moved down, staring at the floor where my feet were, and then slowly up like he was looking at my body from top to bottom. I started to feel claustrophobic and that I needed to get off the elevator now. The elevator door opened and I practically jumped out. I told the man that he needed to stay there because I wanted to respect the privacy of the person that I was serving papers to. I then told the man to have a nice day because I felt like that's what I needed to say the whole time to end the conversation without him continuing the conversation. The man just nodded at me. I get off the elevator and begin to walk down the hallway looking for the right apartment number that is listed in the documents that were in my hands. I continue walking and I feel this sensation like I'm being watched, but I don't want to turn around because I'm too afraid that I'll see the man standing there. I end up having to walk around the corner and further down the hallway. The feeling of being watched goes away, and I know it's because there's now a wall between me and whoever's eyes I could feel watching my back. I get to the right apartment and knock on the door. There's no answer. I knock again, but this time much louder. Then I wait about 30 seconds and give the door 4 sturdy knocks before waiting patiently. I couldn't hear anyone in the apartment. No TV, no pets, no microwave running, just nothing. I finally believe that this person's not home. I accept a fee. I'm a little annoyed that I went through all of this just to arrive at this person's apartment and them not even being home. I start to walk back the way I came from. I turn the corner of the hallway and what comes into view makes my stomach sink. The man is standing there, one hand on his cane and the other hand hovering in front of the elevator button. I keep walking while a bunch of different thoughts are running through my head. When I start to approach the elevator, the man asks, "How did it go?" I simply answered, "They weren't home." The man says, "I've been waiting for you here." There's something about the way this man said this. I knew I shouldn't get on the elevator with this man again. I basically did a drive-by and started walking fast past him. I told him, "Have a nice day, I'm in a hurry." I didn't even wait for a reply and continued to move quickly past the elevator towards the staircase. Once I reached the stairs, I'm not sure why, but I started running down them. Once I got down the case of stairs, I heard a loud, "Wait!" I looked back once and I could see the man on top of the staircase. He's now carrying his cane, and he began running down the stairs after me. He wasn't using his cane to descend down the stairs, and he was moving way faster than he had previously. I turned away and ran as fast as I could down the stairs without falling down. I started to jump down 2 stairs at a time. I knew that he was close behind me because I could hear his loud feet as he was running down behind me. I reached the bottom of the stairs and almost ran into another resident of the building. I apologized and felt panic when I realized that the guy was probably right behind me. I looked behind me and the man was using his cane again to get down the last few steps. I looked back at the other resident and they had a puzzled look on their face. I mumbled, "Have a nice day," and booked it out of the apartment building and straight to my car. I didn't check to see if the man was following me, but something in my gut told me that the other resident present had helped me. When I reached my car, I practically jumped into it. I slammed the car door and locked it right away. I started my car and pulled out of the lot quickly. The parking lot required me to drive past the front door of the apartment building. I looked over to see if there was any sign of the man, and there he was. He had stepped outside of the front door and was standing there, leaning on his cane and smiling at me driving by. He then gave me a slow wave. I don't know why, but I gave him a tight-lipped smile. For some reason, I still felt like I had to be nice, even though something obviously really messed up just happened. But at least I was in my locked car, driving away, and he had no way to catch up with me. This happened shortly after bars were reopening after COVID lockdowns. I went to a dive bar near 82nd Ave in Portland, Oregon, a real shithole, but they were one of the only bars that had karaoke that early after the lockdowns eased. I sang my song and walked over to the bar for a drink. I'm chatting with the bartender when this man approaches me. I'm a large man, 6'2", a little over 200 pounds, but this guy dwarfed me. He was probably 6'6", and easily 280 pounds or more, probably around 30 to 35 years old. He was huge and muscular. He was wearing a face mask, very common, but he was the only one in the bar doing it. He had been wearing this mask long enough that it was dirty, and the part of the mask in the front of his mouth was visibly wet from saliva. It was pretty gross. He had very cold, dead eyes. He asked me if I lifted weights. I did, and questioned me about how much I could bench and squat, etc. He came off socially awkward immediately, but no big deal. He then bragged about how much he could lift. He could bench something like 350 pounds, he said, and at one point he even did a bodybuilding pose, flexing his arms on both sides and encouraging me to squeeze them. I played along and did. He seemed weird, possibly on the spectrum, but shady dive bars are filled with weird people, so I indulged him and let him talk. The convo continued, and he said some more strange things, which I just tried to listen to non-judgmental. He told me that he used to be a professional baseball player and police officer. He told me about his drinking habit, and how he drank 25 beers that day. Not impossible for a dude that size. At this point, I feel like this guy is very strange. Probably completely full of shit, and he even makes me a little uncomfortable. I maintain a calm demeanor because I was also curious of what else he had to say. That's when he shifted to talking about women. He said he noticed how I talked to the female bartender, how we had a nice rapport. He asked me about how I talk to women, what kind of things I talk about, and then came the first red flag when he said, "But how do you get them to trust you?" I tried to keep a straight, non-judgmental face, though that was a rather alarming question. At this point, I didn't think that he was dangerous, but I didn't feel good about teaching someone how to behave to gain someone's trust. I also felt like I needed to keep him talking. So I said generic things about being honest and caring, as opposed to things to do or say. Then it gets weirder. He asked me if I like anal sex. I said, I don't know, as at that point I had never tried it. He tells me that he likes it a lot. It's his preferred kind of sex. Then he continued saying he likes to go to the mall and pick up young women, 18 or 19, he said, which is right on the edge of legal, and I immediately wondered if he went younger. He said he'd buy them things and then try to get them to come back to his truck where he'd have anal sex with them, implying that it was consensual, but I had my doubts. At this point, I'm convinced that I'm talking to a psychopath and a rapist, and alarm bells are going off like crazy, but I wanted to get him to admit to a crime so I could try to tell the authorities something substantive. Then the final straw that made me lose my cool. He looked at me and said slowly, "I've done bad things." He looks down. "I've done some really bad things." I'm freaking out inside, but I want him to tell me. I ask him as cool and non-judgmental as possible, what kind of bad things? But my body language must have communicated that I was neither cool or non-judgmental, and he shut down. Convo ended shortly after. I went home that night and looked up the name he had gave me. Surely a baseball player or a police officer would have some kind of online record, but nothing came up. I'll never forget that encounter, and I regret not figuring out a way to ID him and failing to keep my cool enough to get him to admit to a crime. I wonder if he's still out there luring young women to his truck. Be safe out there, y'all. I live on a main road in a kind of sketchy area. Not completely unsafe, but an area I've posted about before on here because some creepy stuff happened to me. But this is one of the creepiest. I had gone out around 6 for food. It had recently snowed and my city sucks at sidewalk plowing, so it's an Arctic expedition walking through the deep snow and ice. As I trudged through, I passed a man that lives in the neighborhood that can sometimes act strange. He walks oddly and can be pretty creepy at times. He passes me one way, I pass him the other, and we go our separate ways. After I got my food, walking back, I thought I saw him coming my way. I quietly, out loud said, "Oh man, not him." But then that slowly faded away. The person walked off the path towards a church on the street. This church has a big LED sign that you can hide behind. As I got closer, I realized it was a younger man, about my age, with a gray hoodie and beige cargo pants. He was acting strange. He walked like a Disney cartoon character, and his face had a big smile, with eyes shifting at 1,000,000 kilometers per hour. Then I saw as he looked at me approach, quickly pulled his hoodie over his head and stepped behind the sign, obstructing my view of him. I don't know if he saw me see him, but I realized what might be going down. I just stopped on the path. From the snow, it would have been too much to turn around and head back. My boots were getting stuck in the slushy, snowy path. I waited a few moments, and he must have realized that I knew because he came back out from behind the sign and went up to the church windows. The church is also a community center, and there's a room facing the street that kind of looks like a dance room with a large mirror. He took off his hood and started fake dancing around in front of the window. He kept looking back as if his little distraction would have been enough to end my interest in what the fuck is happening, but it didn't. It disturbed me more. When he realized this, we made a sort of shuffle around each other. His smile disappeared, and he kept trying to inch his way towards me, but got bogged down in the same slush that I stopped in. After I got away, I just watched him as he put his hoodie up again and walked away normally towards the restaurant. This area gets stranger and stranger every day. I've had a few creepy things happen to me in my life, but this one I still think about how things could have went wrong very fast. I'm a 20-year-old female. This takes place back when I used to live in southern Indiana. Like seriously, in the sticks. It was a weekend night and my best friend and I were coming home from our graveyard shift at a local waffle joint. She decided to get her dog from her house so we could stay at my place for the night. That's important later. So we start heading out into the country where I lived, and to get to my house there's a long narrow dirt road you have to go down about a mile in or so. We see a truck's headlights. We get closer and it's a nice truck, probably like 2018 at least. He's parked to where he's sideways, blocking the whole path. Confused, I get out to ask if he's okay. He looked hopeful when he saw me at first. "I'm just waiting on a friend to come get me. My truck's stuck." He smiled at me, and I noticed his pupils were nearly completely dilated. He looks back at my car and sees that I have someone with me, and looks at the dog sticking its head out the window. His smile fades. He says, "Pit bulls are mean and nasty." He quickly turns around and gets back in his truck. I go to my friend and I'm like, "Put this shit in reverse and use whatever hood race skills you have to get the hell out of here." So we take my poor 95 caddy that really shouldn't be driving on dirt road anyway, and back all the way back down the road to get to the main road. Relieved, we take a different road home. Then, lo and behold, the same guy is parked on the road, standing off to the side smiling, just looking at our headlights. We're completely about to shit ourselves, and we gun it the rest of the way home. I don't know how he got there before us, or what his intentions were, but I'm thankful I wasn't alone, being my naive college girl self. I was at a friend's wedding where I was close to a lot of people there. I saw a friend of mine that I sometimes jump on in a playful manner and asked him for a piggyback ride, just being goofy. He agreed and was sort of dancing with me on his back. All of a sudden, I feel someone reaching behind me and grabbing my groin, not even my butt, which would have been inappropriate enough, but literally a full handful of my crotch. I jump up and look to see who it was, with a what the fuck as I did. I see that it's a woman I've met a few times, but barely know. I don't even remember her name at this time. She scoffs at me for being upset about it, kinda chuckles and says, "Relax, it's okay, I've seen you naked," before rolling her eyes and walking away like it was perfectly reasonable to grab an acquaintance's junk without warning them or consent. When I was in college, I was out and about with my then boyfriend. We had gone to dinner and went to Walmart to get the typical college food so we could survive a Sunday in. I was dressed up in a casual dressy fit. We decided to split up while shopping, maybe to shop quicker, but I don't remember what the exact reason was. I was wandering the grocery aisles when I noticed a girl who was about my age. In a friendly manner, we casually smiled at each other and continued on shopping. It didn't seem weird at first, but I kept noticing her in the same aisles as me, and a big, muscular man was never too far behind. Eventually, I texted my boyfriend and asked where he was, and continued shopping. Next thing I know, the girl approaches me and says that she loves my jacket. I say, "Thanks," and try to move on. She stops me and says something along the lines of, "Hey, you look my age and seem really nice. I just moved here for a new job and company my friend and I are starting." Then she tried to ask me questions about where I was from. I was vague and untrusting with what I said, noticing that this isn't normal. Then she said, "I'm looking for more people like you and I to work for our company. It's kind of a warehouse job, and I would love you to be one of the bookkeepers. You should give me your number." I said, "That's so nice of you to offer me a job, but I am not a desk person, and I already have a job I love." She said, "That's a bummer. I thought we might work well together. Well, would you want to give me your number so we can hang out? I would love to have a friend that could show me around the city." At that point, I realized I wasn't getting out of this situation until my boyfriend showed up, or I just gave her my number. Eventually, I rattled off a fake number and said, "Hey, I'll catch you later. I gotta go." Then I walked away praying that my boyfriend would be near so we could get the fuck out of there. While I was looking for him and trying to call him, the girl caught up to me and said, "I tried calling you, but it says the number was out of service." As I tried to come up with a quick excuse and say, maybe you typed it in wrong, she saw that my iPhone was in my hand unlocked. She quickly snatched it away and called herself on it. I was so flustered and mad at her that I snatched my phone back right away. When my boyfriend came around the corner, he instantly recognized that something was up and said that we needed to go. When the girl saw him approach me, she looked disappointed to see him and stopped trying to interact. We ended up buying nothing and leaving. That night, we called our parents and the police. The police said that they didn't think it was anything ill-intended, but I was sure it was probably trafficking. I was going to switch my phone number because I was scared. I blocked them and turned off all location access on my phone. I was too scared to go anywhere alone for a while. I even told my coach so she would know. A couple days later, I got a text from a random number. It was the girl. She sent me a picture of my best friend who was out drinking downtown with some of her other friends. The text said, "I met your best friend. She gave me your number because I told her that I was looking for new friends. She showed me a picture of you and I said, what a coincidence. I met that girl the other day and lost her number when I got a new phone." About 2 minutes later, I got a text from my best friend. I gave your number to a girl who wants to make friends around here and is asking people to join her business. Since I moved this week, I thought of you." I freaked out that she was with her and told her to get away and not to leave alone with her. I stayed up worried until my best friend got home. She said she was fine, otherwise I would have gone to go pick her up. The next day, my best friend apologized and told me to block the number. My friend and her friend group tried to ditch her, but she kept showing up to the bars that they were at. She said the girl was relentless and texted her all night trying to get my friends to go hang out at her place. My friend also said that when she asked about the business, the girl wouldn't give her many details other than it was a warehouse somewhere, would pay her great, was in town, and if she wanted a tour she would take her. We never heard from this girl again. Today I'm listening to a podcast and they mentioned different sex trafficking tactics. 2 were vague jobs, they would pay you well but need you to come meet them to give you more information, and a new town girl who desperately needs friends. I have been thinking about this all morning and I'm glad I felt uncomfortable and my friend didn't go with this girl. But I'm mostly mad at the cops for ignoring my concerns and saying it was nothing. When I was 16 years old, my best friend and I made a dumb decision to get matching tattoos from this older man who was doing tattoos illegally out of his home. He is well known in the area within our age group for giving cheap tattoos to minors. He recently had gotten out of prison for giving minors tattoos and not practicing under state guidelines. Needless to say, I don't know what the fuck we were thinking, but hey, when you're a rebellious 16-year-old, dumb as fuck, and have the chance to get a tattoo for $20, I guess any and all common sense flies out the window. So we set up a time to go over to get our tats. I don't remember exactly what time we went over, but I remember it was already dark, so it must have been late evening. It was just 3 of us alone in his house. I remember feeling very eerie being there. Something about him and the energy of his place felt very off, but being a dumb teen I chose to ignore those feelings and go through with it anyways. We were there for about 30 minutes, got our tattoos, and then left. Fast forward a few months later, I see his picture and name on the news. At first, I thought he got busted again for illegal tattooing. Little did I know it was so much worse than that. He had been arrested for one of the most heinous crimes someone could commit. Turns out, he bought an old police car, a cop costume, handcuffs, and would go out to parts of Portland that prostitutes frequented, impersonating a cop to arrest them. He brought them back to his house and chained them up in the garage where they wouldn't be heard. There, he would reportedly sexually assault them and torture them. I was absolutely sick to my stomach when I found out. I can't imagine what these women went through, and I still really don't want to know the details. This was all happening around the same time that we went to his house, so the chances that one of the victims was there around the same time that we were could be a possibility. I thank God that nothing happened to us, but there's also a part of me that feels guilt. What if someone was screaming for help while we were there and we just couldn't hear them? Why didn't he kidnap us? We would have been perfect targets. Every time I look at the tattoo, it's a horrible reminder of what could have happened, so I'm planning on getting it covered up. Thankfully, all of his victims were alive, and I hope and pray that they're able to recover from this horrible act. Always trust your gut. Update. He had a whole setup where he would record his acts. I was told that there were multiple victims, but it looks like only one had been confirmed to be taken back to his home. Who knows how many more victims there were? Sadly, the demographic of women he was targeting are less likely to come forward. Turns out he didn't get a life sentence after all. Dude was somehow able to get a plea deal and is serving 30 years. I'm disgusted thinking that he'll be free again one day. This happened back in the 80s, so very much the pre-cell phone era. I was in high school at the time. One night after dinner, my mom suggests we take a walk around the block to walk off dinner. My dad and brother were watching TV and opted to stay home, so it was just us girls. We lived out in the fringe of suburbs, in a subdivision that was semi-rural. By that I mean there were houses, but no streetlights or sidewalks. Everyone had septic tanks and there was no sewer service, etc. The houses were all well back from the road and the lots were wooded. Anyway, we're walking around the block, which is about 1.5 miles in total. We're almost back home. It's pitch black that night, no moon, and we had our flashlights to use as needed. Without it, you couldn't see much past a foot or two around you. We mainly used them to signal if a car went by, but there wasn't really anyone around, so we had them switched off and we're just walking and chatting. Just as we turned the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. This was a bit weird as we had just came from that area and we hadn't seen or heard anyone walking around the street or coming down the driveways as we passed. We figured it was just some neighbor also out for a walk and we hadn't noticed them in the dark. So I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. They immediately switched the flashlight on too, so I could only see their light and not them. They said nothing, kept walking, but the footsteps behind us sped up now. They sounded heavy, so we thought it was a man. We sped up. He sped up. I turned the flashlight back and he turned his on once again in silence. We were too scared to call out, and now we were approaching our driveway. As we got there, I pushed my mom in front and told her to get up the driveway, which was steep and long. Once she had a start, I sprinted up after her. As I did, the footsteps veered away to the other side of the road and just kept going. Nothing was ever said by this person, and normally people here waved and spoke out when walking or even driving by. When we got up to the house, my dad said it was probably just a neighbor, so my brother and I got in the car and drove around to see who it was. No one was out there. We went around the roads and no one was walking on them. There wasn't time for him to leave the area. Either it was a nasty neighbor getting off scaring us and then ducking into a house, or whoever it was came out of the woods behind us and then disappeared back into them. We had just moved back to my home state and my husband's birthday was coming up. I went to the local Dollar Tree to get balloons and a card, but this location didn't have helium for the balloons. I typed in the next available location in maps and drove there. I wasn't familiar with that area, so when I arrived, and it was a pretty sketchy part of town, I told myself to be quick and vigilant. I made a note of all the cars around, and I parked as close to the front as I could. When I went inside, I made a note of every person inside too. I was carrying my knife and pepper spray. I had no bad vibes, no creeps lingering, thought I was in the clear. I got my balloons and card within 5 minutes. Nobody new entered the store. I get outside and no cars have changed in the parking lot. I packed the balloons in my car, got in, locked my doors by default right as I turned my engine on, and a car out of nowhere speeds up and blocks the whole front end of my car at an angle. The guy starts motioning me to roll down my windows. I try to ignore them and plan my escape, but a car was on my right, another car was backing up, so I couldn't reverse. The guy kept pulling in closer at an angle to box me in and kept throwing hand gestures for me to roll down my window. When suddenly the car to my right moved, I whipped my wheel to the right as fast as I could and pulled out inches from scraping my car on the creep's car. I only lived about 10 minutes or so away, so I drove around for 45 minutes, taking all different roads to be certain that I wasn't being followed before finally going home. My adrenaline was so high. I really was surprised because I had no idea where that car came from. So this was a few years back when I was walking home from my friend's house after hanging out with her after school. It was around 9:30 p.m. in the summer, so the sun had set for the most part. It was relatively dark but still bright enough where I could make out things around me. I was stoned and was walking very slowly down the road to my house, which was about a 20-minute walk away from my friend's house. The majority of my walk was spent on a straight, quiet suburban street that was very familiar to me, as I had done this walk plenty of times before. After about 5 minutes of walking, I noticed the first and only car drive past. It was an old, beat-up, white Honda, which I didn't take much notice of until a few minutes passed, and it drove past again. Still, I wasn't concerned and continued my walk, admiring the cracks in the pavement or doing whatever else a stoned 14-year-old does on a walk. Another minute passes and the car drives past again, this time more slowly, and I feel my stomach drop. I couldn't make out who was inside, but I knew something was off. I've always been very timid, so I tried to convince myself that it was just paranoia and that I was just being dramatic, until it drives past again about 2 minutes later and parks maybe 10 feet in front of me. As I approached the car, I kept my head down, but I hear, "Hey there." And sure enough, I look up and there's this rough-looking man who you could tell from just the appearance alone smelled like stale cigarettes and body odor. He was sitting in his driver's seat smiling at me. The lack of teeth and dirty shirt this man had on gave me a horrible vibe, so I just gave him a smile back and continued walking. I look up and notice he's driving alongside me. He asked if I had directions to the nearest gas station. I stopped and pointed in the general direction and told him where to go, that it was less than a 5-minute drive away. When out of nowhere he just started to laugh. I kinda just stared in confusion and fear as he squinted his eyes at me like he was trying to get a better look at my face. Then he said, "I'll take a guess, but I could tell from those eyes you've been smoking pot, little miss." I kinda just laughed and tried to walk away when he said, "Come back," so I stopped in my tracks. Why I didn't just keep walking is beyond me, but I turned around and he pulls out a rather large bag of weed and asks if I want some. I tell him I'm okay and I have no money, and he says something along the lines of, "I don't need your money, take it." I reassure him that I'm fine and I don't need it and try to continue walking, but nonetheless, he continued driving alongside me. He then asked me if I needed a ride home and tells me that it's too dark to be walking alone, which really frightened me. He continued trying to convince me to get into his car, and I became more and more unsettled. I began looking for the closest house with a light on, and after finding one I tell him, "This is my house, good night." I walk up the stranger's driveway and walk straight into their home. There's a middle-aged couple sitting in the living room, and they looked extremely shocked and equally angry. I just started to sob out of shock and relief and apologized profusely. I explained to them what just happened, and the very kind lady assured me that I did the right thing and gave me a ride home. Looking back, I probably should have knocked, but I was scared, under the influence, and still a child, and the homeowners were very understanding. Still one of the scariest things to ever happen to me, but I'm glad I trusted my gut and got away from the man whose intentions seemed anything but pure. I consider myself lucky that I got away. Yesterday, my 8-year-old daughter and I took our pup out for her 2 p.m. walk, just like every day. Being on schedule is good for my dog, yet I may have to switch it up now. But a guy in my complex asked me to take a picture of my dog for his friend, and I said sure. So he runs down and started a whole photo shoot. He told us all to get in the picture, which we ignored. No need to take a picture of my 8-year-old. You got permission to take a picture of my dog. He kept saying, "Oh, I can get a better picture than that." Here I was, just getting more and more uncomfortable. Like my dog is high energy, she wants to get going, and so do I. Finally, he seems happy with the picture and says to wait, he has cookies. It wasn't clear if they were for my daughter or dog, but I was done with this interaction. I said, "No thanks, my daughter has a kid's party to attend." He looked defeated and asked me if I was sure. I said yep, gotta go, and we hustled out of there. This could be innocent, but it really felt odd, and I have a very unique looking dog who always has her face in the window, so it would be very easy for him to pinpoint where I live, and everyone has keys to our first door since we live in the same entrance as the basement storage. We still have 2 locked doors after the first door, but I feel unnerved. We live like a 1-minute walk from this guy's house. I just want to see what you guys think about this. Is it weird or am I just paranoid? Update, today my husband was walking our dog and he passed 2 guys. They crossed the street and sped up, walking towards my husband. My dog kept looking back and pulling my husband, so when they got close, my husband flipped out his switchblade and they turned and quickly walked away. I don't know if this is related at all, but some of you suggested the original creepy dude might be trying to steal my dog, so I don't know if that's what they were hoping to do, but it's sending shivers down my spine. My husband didn't even look back at these guys, so he can't tell me what they look like. I've heard this story so many times, but I've honestly never thought it would happen to me. Last night I was doing some Christmas shopping alone at TJ Maxx. I'm a 35-year-old female. I rarely go shopping alone, especially in the evening. I usually have my kids or my husband with me. I am browsing around aimlessly, kind of just all over the store, not sure what I'm gonna get. I see this young guy, probably early 20s, skinny with glasses. Don't think anything of it. Went to a different spot and see him again. He's in the same aisle picking up stuff and looking at it and putting it back. No cart or anything. My red flags were not raised yet. Then I see him a third time in a different area doing the same thing, but now he's stopping and texting someone. My senses start to perk up a little bit, like, okay, this is weird, but I'm not nervous yet per se, but I am more aware. Then it happened again, and this time I knew something was weird. He was following me all over the store and has nothing to buy. I start to kind of zigzag through the store and I find a coat that I want to try on. At this point, I was very wary, but I was also thinking I'm being ridiculous and paranoid, but I just had a strong sense that this was not normal. I went into the dressing room for about 15 minutes, hoping I would lose him. I came out and I didn't see him for another 20 minutes. I was relieved, thinking I was definitely being paranoid and he probably left. I go to check out after almost an hour and a half of shopping with a cart full of stuff. I was the only one online. I get called to cash out. I turn around and this man is immediately behind me in the checkout. He came out of nowhere. He had one item, a cheap little decoration. At this point, I'm full on panicking. The cashier could tell that I was being weird and very distracted. At the risk of sounding crazy, I almost didn't say anything, but I told her that I think this man was following me. She was extremely empathetic and didn't seem very surprised. She was like, "I'm so sorry. I will have someone walk you to your car." I was so thankful for her kindness. The man checked out with his one item and left the store with the older man, who I didn't see before. The older man had nothing that he bought. The parking lot in the store is a huge dark plaza. I did not want to go outside alone. I just knew it was a very bad idea. The cashier asked another employee to walk me out. She was younger than me, but so sweet. I apologized profusely. It was sleeting in cold rain, and she had no coat on. She said, "I don't care if it's downpouring. I would still walk you to your car." It was so sweet, really. She walked me all the way and waited until I pulled out and drove away. The whole time I was shaking like a leaf. Like I said, I've heard that this has happened to other women, but I kinda thought they might be paranoid or exaggerating. This is extremely scary though. The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. He followed me around the entire store, and everywhere I turned, there he was. I have no idea what his deal was, but this was so unsettling. My husband freaked out and does not want me to shop alone anymore. I don't really want to shop alone anymore either. If I had not been paying attention or dismissed my bad feelings, something bad may have happened. As a woman, being aware of your surroundings is so important. I'm a thin, athletic white guy, 5'9". Not the most intimidating presence, but I happen to have a nice bulky coat on that probably added some uncertainty. Anyway, it's 2:30 a.m. or so, and it's my favorite time to do laundry. There's a 24/7 auto-electric laundromat right next to my apartment. While there's employees there during the business hours, there's roughly an 8-hour stretch where I'm the only one who will be in the building. I occasionally see an old-timer around 4:30, 5 a.m., but usually only on Sundays, which I avoid. It's literally a half mile from my place. I zip down there. It's a cold night, well below freezing. I toss in my clothes, soap, and swipe my laundry card. On my way to grab gas, milk, deposit at the bank, and back to my apartment to bring some things inside from my car. I do some dishes, and I decide to head back down. I'm usually playing video games while running laundry, or just procrastinate. My stuff will sit there for an hour sometimes. There's no one there to say hey, but not this time. It was just shy of 3 a.m. and I get a notification that my laundry is done on my phone, and I'm seconds from the laundromat parking lot. I pull in and scan the parking lot. No one's here. I proceed to walk to the front door and immediately notice someone came into the building from the far side door. A guy maybe 6 feet with 2 hoodies on, both hoods up, most of his face concealed. It's unlocked and often used when the place is busy, but there was no car there. There's a bathroom in the place. As I walk to the machines, which is about dead center in the building, I thought this person had quickly bolted back outside. Then I noticed him again. I think he had ducked, still just by the door. Mind you, we had 2 islands of laundry machines between us. He starts up near the wall, which is on my left. I'm watching him at this point. I was hoping he just needed to use the bathroom, but he hurried past it. Not a run, but a very quick walk. Now he's on the opposite side, nearer corner of the laundry machine strip, maybe 15 feet away and just out of my line of sight for a moment. I didn't want to trigger this guy or appear scared, so I continue shoveling my wet clothes into the laundry cart. The adrenaline begins trickling. Hairs on the back of my neck goes up. Before rounding the corner and crossing back into my vision, he had hesitated. I eventually turned my head to rotate back and he kind of popped into the picture. He glanced over and we made eye contact as I reached into my coat pocket to fist my keys. He continues up the aisle and makes a left out the side door. I have a little blade on my keys, so I popped it open and proceeded to toss my shit into the dryer while scanning my surroundings the entire time. Eventually, the time came to go outside. The front doors are automatic, so I had both hands free. I literally walked out of the place wielding a knife, shaking with adrenaline, but it was a ghost town. I proceeded to my car, went home, drove my wife into work, and I waited until 6 a.m. to grab my clothes. My conclusion is that I'm nearly positive that this person scoped out the laundromat. My machine, all of them, have digital timers for current wash. This guy entered the building within a minute of them going off, and me pulling into the lot at 3 a.m. at night when it's 20 degrees outside. Coincidence? Maybe, but I was scared either way. Okay, for starters, this happened in July of this year, and it still freaks me out. I was 23 when this happened. It was a hot afternoon and I was going home from my boyfriend's house, who lives about a 15 to 20 minute walk from my home. Since it was scorching heat, I was wearing my bike shorts and an oversized tee with sneakers. As I'm getting about 10 minutes away from my home, I put my headphones on and decide not to rush, as I didn't want to get there just yet because I was enjoying the fresh air. As I'm going to cross the street, a man in a truck, who was also across the street, began catcalling me. I ignored him and waited for the light to change. As I waited, he began getting increasingly more aggressive and overall just wouldn't shut up. The light changes and I make my way across the street. He then proceeds to honk his horn as I'm walking by and says, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why don't you come with me for the night? I'll treat you real good." I immediately told him to leave me alone and continued on my way, but as I'm walking, he follows me with his truck and keeps trying to get me to go with him. I call my boyfriend and tell him the situation, and he FaceTimes me to see the car and the person who was following me. He then tells me to go into the store and stay there. I do as he said, and not even 2 minutes later after I walk in, the man walks in. He was looking for me. He spots me, and I immediately go to the person behind the counter and tell her the situation. She offers to let me go in the back to call the police. I told her yes and waited. He walks up to the front of the store and asks the lady if she's seen anyone with my description. She immediately says no, and if he's not going to buy anything to please leave, as she had other customers. He begins huffing and puffing, saying that he knows that he saw me. And once again she says to leave and that if he doesn't, she will call the police. That got him and he left. About 5 minutes later, my boyfriend arrives and tells me he's gonna take me home as he feels it's safer. I didn't argue and we leave the store. As we walk out, the man is right there. He looked at us and said, "Oh, so you're gonna tease me with a boyfriend?" Typical. My boyfriend immediately goes into protective mode and gets in the man's face and tells him, "If I ever see you again, if you ever breathe in our direction again, you'll regret it." He then proceeds to punch the man in the groin and walks me back to my house. Sometimes I really hate being a woman. Several years ago, I walked a handful of blocks up the street from my partner's house to a convenience store to buy something to drink. It was around 11 p.m. and I was trying to slide in there before the store closed. To set the scene, he lived in a transitory neighborhood that was chock full of abandoned houses and crime, with a few occupied residents and businesses scattered around. There were 0 streetlights for illumination. Looking back, the nighttime excursion to the store from my place to his was absolutely idiotic on my part. But after living in that environment for years, you just became accustomed to it. Anyway, it was one of my many foolhardy nighttime store trips. My partner by then would ask me not to do it, but I just ignored that. I wanted my drink. So dumb of me. I got a few blocks up the street in the usual darkness, got my drink, and left the store to head back. Outside the store, a guy was standing near a trash can and hissing everyone who came out, asking for money, cigarettes, etc. I told him I don't have anything and started to cross the parking lot and head back, but this guy sprang after me like a freaking rabbit and grabbed a hold of my arm. He started aggressively demanding that I go to a party with him and trying to steer me down the pitch black side street just beside the convenience store. He was probably 6'7", crazy tall and super thin, with dreads all over his face, making it hard for me to see what he looked like. His fingers bit into my arm and it felt like it was pinching a nerve. My heart was pounding like crazy right now. I was used to brushing off this type of behavior, having lived in this neighborhood for several years by then. But this was way more aggressive than anything I've faced so far. I shook my arm out of his grasp, told him that I was heading to my boyfriend's place, and it was only a few blocks down the street, and that he was waiting for me. I said sorry in an attempt to placate him and took off speed walking down the street at top speed. He called after me several times, and then I heard quick footsteps as he decided to follow me down the street. By then I could feel my heartbeat in my eyeballs. My mouth had gone cotton dry, and I was almost hyperventilating with fear, trying to stay quiet so this asshole wouldn't hear me. I had this feeling that if I showed fear or looked back at him, it would cause him to react violently right away, so I just put on a burst of speed and tried to outwalk him. However, my 5'5" legs were no match to his crazy long stride, and I could hear little pieces of rock and concrete crunching under his feet as he closed in on me. I literally felt like my heart was going to leap out of my chest and explode from fear. I tried walking even faster, but I could hear the guy right behind me. I could hear his breath in my ear as I got this overwhelming feeling that he was going to grab me any second, maybe with a weapon, and try to force me to walk wherever he wanted me to. The neighborhood is pitch black, so there's no real traffic, not at night. If he wanted to force me to go with him, I'd be powerless. Safe from trying to run from him, but with his height advantage, I knew he would catch up fast. Then I could finally see my boyfriend's driveway and him standing on the end of it, waiting for me. He had a terrible feeling and already worried constantly about me walking at night, so he went outside to wait for me. I saw that he had a crowbar in one of his hands, his usual defense weapon. He kept it near his front door. And then my nerve broke and I started sprinting towards him. The tall dude behind me started to run after me. I reached the place where my boyfriend stood and squeaked out, "Help!" or something like that. I dove behind him and cowered, waiting for the tall dude to pull a gun and shoot us both or start struggling with my boyfriend. It didn't happen. He gets right up in my boyfriend's face, standing way too close to him, and asked him for a light. My boyfriend gives him one, holding the crowbar aloft in the other hand so that it was very visible. Then I grabbed a hold of him and yanked him into the house, locking the door and absolutely losing it, sobbing and freaking out while trying to choke out what happened. My boyfriend goes looking from the window and sees him kind of standing around and then leaving. He saw him here and there for months afterwards, up at the store or walking down the street. Unsurprisingly, I'm sure, I never took another nighttime walk, and I still have nightmares about it. Several years ago, I was in the midst of an acrimonious divorce with my then husband. Full of crazy allegations and typical angry filing centered around custody of our child. As with many divorces, friends and professional colleagues seem to pick one side or the other. In my case, there was one sort of professional contact who reached out after hearing about the divorce, who offered to be a witness for my case because some of the experiences he related that I had been previously unaware of regarding my ex behavior out at networking events. After the initial call, he started calling me semi-regularly, just making sure I was okay. This wasn't someone I knew well prior to the separation, and he was much older than I was, but claimed to have experience with divorce and custody, so I figured it was a good idea to be polite and not alienate him since his testimony was important, per my lawyer. I kept things friendly, but I always had a weird feeling about him. After a few months, he called one day that my son was very sick, and when I told him I couldn't talk and explained why, he offered to run to the store for me, which I honestly appreciated. But after that, he was dropping by the house uninvited, or he would stop by with cookies for my son, etc. Again, I kept telling myself to keep things polite. The divorce was coming soon. Don't make this guy mad. He had called me out of the blue, and I was worried at that point that I was walking a very fine line, being polite, but clearly not interested. And if he got mad, he might decide to testify for my ex and say who knows what. During this time, he had also helped me set up my security cam my dad had mailed to me. And at one point, I needed someone to walk my dog, and he had offered to do it for me. He used and returned a spare key the same day. One evening, he showed up while I was painting and insisted sticking around to help. Just after that painting day, he came around uninvited and unannounced with magazine photos of decor and started carrying on in this manic way about how we needed to finish decorating the house. I was so weirded out that I made an excuse to leave. I started ignoring his calls and took my son and dog to stay with my parents for several weeks to avoid the drop-ins. I only came home for the custody exchanges. I came home a few weeks later, thinking he would have gotten the hint, and it was a quiet day. The following morning, I took my son out to the zoo, and we both came back hot and tired. I put my kiddo down for a nap in my bed, and decided to close my eyes with him. I woke up maybe an hour or so later, and it took me a moment to realize something was off. As I'm blinking off the sleep, I realized there was a rose bush sitting on the bedside table that I most definitely did not put there. There was a post-it note on it, something about planting in my yard. I started shaking immediately because I recognized the handwriting and stood up and splashed some water in my face and decided whether to call my parents or the police. I didn't want any trouble because of the divorce. As I stepped into my bathroom, I realized the mirror was covered in post-it notes, all with super creepy messages that were intended as love notes, but which all scared me. I was still waking up and trying to figure out how these notes could possibly have gotten there. My front door was definitely locked, but as soon as I went room for room, there were notes everywhere. I mean hundreds of post-it notes covering the walls, in my cabinets. There was even one inside my coffee maker. I started grabbing all of them and putting them into a pile when I got one from the kitchen that made my blood run cold. It said, "You're cute when you think no one is watching you." And I realized there was a security camera pointed right where the note was left, the one he had helped me set up months earlier, when I didn't think he was a psychopath. I called my parents in hysterics, sent a bunch of photos, and my dad insisted that I should not call the police, remember the custody battle, but that he would drive over, change the locks, and put a chain on the door. We also immediately changed the password on the security cameras, which had initially been installed to document if my ex tried to break into the house. So there's one on the front porch, but 3 inside the house, including my bedroom. This man was apparently hearing everything going on inside my house for months. The security cameras, I realized that he was just paying attention to my passwords when he was setting up the system, but the only way I figured he got into my house was that he must have made a copy of the key the day he had it, and because my dog had gotten to know him, he wouldn't have barked to warn me, which also scared me. I'm absolutely horrified. This man must have been in my house for a long time. There's no way he could have put that many notes up that quickly, and he was right next to my face and feet away from my son while we were sleeping, and somehow thought that was okay. I left and stayed with my parents for a few days, afraid of what he was going to do when he realized that he was now both physically and digitally locked out of my house. When I came home, my son had to go to his dad's for the night, and I was home alone. I was on the phone with another friend from out of town. About 10 p.m., the man showed up at my door, pounding on it, trying the locks, screaming obscenities, and demanding to be let into his house. Gone were all the niceties. This was someone completely furious and derailed. All I could do was hide in my bedroom until he left. It felt like hours. This was St. Patrick's Day, so I'm sure he had been drinking. After that, there were several other times that someone would start knocking at my door in the middle of the night, always when my son wasn't home. I think he was crazy, but not that crazy, and figured out if I called the police, he'd get in more trouble if my son was there, but he knew the schedule, so I know it was him. He tried reaching out using fake social media accounts several times, always getting blocked. Years later, I discovered he friended my mom on Facebook and was therefore still able to see photos of us that she posted or shared. And there was a huge argument when I saw a conversation they were having about me and how he could get back into my life. I sold that house 2 years later, still finding new notes as I was packing, and I'm more than relieved that he no longer knows where I live. I don't post pictures of my new house online, not the front anyway, and I've changed the privacy setting on all my social media accounts. I avoid all the places I used to go, the networking events he attends, and I stay under the radar as much as possible. I can never bring myself to play back the security camera video because I was traumatized enough and didn't want to see how much danger we could have been in. Hopefully he never sees this post, but you know who you are. I hope we never cross paths again. Okay, to start, at the time I was 19 years old. I'm a female. I was working an early morning job at Safeway. I would leave the house around 5:30 every morning. It was during the winter, so I would often wear a blanket to my car and sit in it for a while it warmed up. So one day my mom stopped by and parked in front of this man's apartment, which happened to overlook where my car is parked. He got super upset she wasn't in a spot, and that was the first time I ever noticed him. He looked about 70 and had a gray beard, was pretty tall and white as well. Anyways, she ended up moving her car and nothing else happened that day, but I think that's the day he noticed me and my roommate, who's also 19 and female. The two of us lived there, and though I've always been borderline paranoid, I always stayed aware of my surroundings. Soon after the encounter, I noticed when I would go to work, I had to pass near his apartment. His light would suddenly be on every morning at 5:30 a.m. when I would leave. I didn't think much of it and continued on, though I started to notice once I'd get into my car, he would be outside walking around and past my car, which I definitely flagged as weird. This continued for a few weeks, but soon enough I noticed his lights would be on and his blinds would be all the way open. Very weird considering it was still dark, 5:30 a.m., and he didn't do this prior. Anyway, I stayed alert and started waking up my roommate when I left, just in case something weird happened. Side note, at this time, my roommate had a car that wouldn't lock. We didn't live in the best area, so she didn't keep any valuables in her car. Just random stuff, including a high school picture. One day, someone broke into her car and didn't do anything, but left her picture on the seat facing upwards. We always found that weird and didn't know who did it. Fast forward. One day, I was super paranoid at this point. I was convinced he was gonna approach me or do something weird. It was a gut feeling. I was walking to my car. I had my back faced towards his window in order to get to my car. I was talking to myself, saying nothing's gonna happen, you're safe, etc. Then my brain told me I needed to turn around. So I did. He was at his window, blinds wide open, staring at me. When he noticed that I turned around, he moved out of sight super fast. I got freaked out and got into my car and locked it. I then called my roommate to tell her what just happened and tried to leave as fast as possible. While I was getting situated, he was walking behind my car and I was trying to stay calm. I ended up leaving and I don't know where he went. After this encounter, I changed my shifts to afternoon due to safety, and me and my roommate decided to move. Never had anything happen since. Anyways, always creeped me out, and I wonder what would have happened if I kept working mornings or stayed in an apartment. This is not my story, it's my aunt's, but still scary as fuck. This all started in fall of 1998. I don't remember much as I was 8, but I do know what my aunt told me, and now that it's been so long, it's probably safe to tell. She and my now ex-uncle lived in a small one-bedroom apartment in a fairly nicer area of town. There's definitely some more crime-ridden areas not far away, but their complex was gated and you needed a code to get in. Anyway, around early October, quite a few people, including my aunt, started reporting seeing a suspicious man around the complex. He was caught looking in the windows of people's apartments and their cars, as well as storage areas. Management was able to confirm that he didn't live there. This all happened until around Halloween, when things really went off the rails. According to my uncle, he caught the man snooping around my aunt's car and decided to confront him. The man ran away. Again, this is hearsay from my uncle. When he ran, he dropped a bag that my uncle brought to their apartment. He wouldn't let my aunt open it and claimed he was going to turn it into the police, which we thought he had, as one day there was no longer a bag. Months go by and this man is still creeping around, but only near my aunt and uncle's apartment, cars, and storage area, but nowhere else. My aunt had called the police many times, and by the time they would show up, the man was always gone. It's now January 1999. Here's the part I remember as I was at my nana's when it happened. My aunt called my grandpa in hysterics. She caught the man with his face pressed up against the glass of her bedroom window, watching her while my uncle was on a work trip. When he realized that he was caught, he tried to break open the window and get inside. My grandpa grabbed his .45 and headed out to the car, with my nana and I following him all the way, begging him to let the cops handle it, and if he's gonna go anyways, to leave the gun at home. Well, he didn't. It took quite a few hours for my grandpa to finally return home, but when he did, this is what he told us. This man was in the apartment complex dealing drugs. My uncle stole his supply and refused to give it back to him or pay him for it. We later found this out because he was using it himself as well as selling it. So he was planning to kidnap my aunt, among other things, to get his money. I like to say that this thing made her divorce him, but unfortunately she stayed married to him for 10 more years after this. Last week, this man approached me on my way to work. I work in a big facility, so it's not strange that I didn't know him. He started by complimenting me, but in a way that made me feel really uncomfortable. He was telling me things like how I smelled good and I'm so beautiful, and he watches me all the time. He said he wishes he could see me more often and wants to get to know me, to which I replied that I have a boyfriend and I'm not interested. He laughed at me and said that my boyfriend doesn't have to know and that he wants to take me to dinner. He then asked for my number, followed me right to my car by this point. There was no one else around and I started to feel scared as I have some trauma centered around men and telling them no. I just wanted to get away, so I unfortunately gave him the number. I didn't give him a fake number because he handed me the phone in the call screen and had me type my number so he could call, and I was scared that he would test it. I had a panic attack in my car before I went home and hoped that that would be the end of it and that I would just block the number. All weekend he didn't text, but I got a call from the same number 3 times. I don't know if it was him as he didn't give me his number. When I walked into work this morning, he appeared out of nowhere and started talking to me like we had a secret relationship or something. I don't know how he found out what time I start because I've never seen him when I've come in before. I don't think I can report it to HR because I'm stupid and haven't been able to actually tell him that he's making me uncomfortable. I don't know if this will persist, but I'm scared leaving work alone now. I'm a 21-year-old female. One Saturday morning, I decided to go to my local Goodwill. I am disabled and suffer from chronic pain. I use a cane on my good days and a wheelchair on my bad days. Luckily for me, this was a good day. I parked out front and got out of my car and immediately noticed a man sitting in the far corner in front of the Goodwill. As I was walking into the Goodwill, he shouted, "Miss, do you have any extra time for me today?" I had never seen this man in my life and didn't really want to engage with him, so I politely said, "No sir, not today, I'm sorry," and continued walking. He shouted something else at me, but I couldn't make out what he said, and was afraid if I stopped and asked, then he would try to engage me in a conversation. I ignored him and continued walking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him begin to stand up. I walked faster and entered the Goodwill. Thinking I was in the clear, I began walking around the front of the store, just looking at some items. My heart dropped when I glanced through the front window and saw him walking briskly towards the entrance. I immediately thought he might be following me. This happened to me before at Goodwills. Every time, I wound up in uncomfortable conversations where I had to continuously decline the advances of men that I was not really interested in. It's got to the point where I wear a fake ring when I go out so I can say that I'm married, because sometimes they accept that answer better than simply saying that I'm not interested. In that moment, the disability left my body because I picked up my cane and booked it to the nearby rack of ball gowns and hid behind them. Through the gaps, I observed him storming around the store and start to look through the aisles. I was scared because he looked angry, maybe because I ignored him. I didn't want to be rude, but I thought I made it clear in a polite way that I didn't want to speak to him. I don't think that's wrong of me to want to go thrifting without having to engage with random men. A kind woman nearby came up to the ball gowns where I was hiding and pretended to inspect them. She whispered, "Are you okay?" I said, "I think that man in the blue is looking for me." She said she thought so as well. I asked her if any of the nearby dressing rooms were open. She pointed to the one that was open, and when I saw the man with his back turned, I dove underneath the door and locked it behind me. I called my boyfriend from the dressing room in tears and asked him to come to the store. Soon I heard a knock on the door. The kind woman had gotten her manager. She told me that the man had looked through all the aisles. He walked out, grabbing his bag, and left the area. They closed the dressing room I was in and let me hide until my boyfriend arrived. Then, one of the male employees and my boyfriend walked me to my car. That was the end of it. Nothing really dramatic happened, and since we were in public, I don't think my life was in danger, but it was an unsettling experience. I hate to think of the possible confrontation we might have had if he had found me, and I'm just so thankful for the Goodwill employees and the kind woman who helped me out that day. So I live in a pretty sketchy area where there's a shit ton of homeless people. Some shootings have happened, and there's been times where people have gotten kidnapped. I can't deny I'm a pretty attractive girl. I'm 17 and around 5'4". I do appear a bit older to some people, especially because I have tattoos and whatnot. The point is, men tend to approach me a lot, especially older men. I'm sort of used to them staring and catcalling me, but I've never had anyone follow me before. On the weekend, I decided I wanted an Arizona iced tea and some snacks, so I asked my mom if I could walk to the liquor store. It's about a 5-minute walk, so it wasn't far at all, but there's a lot of homeless people and prostitutes who just hang around the path, so obviously you're gonna be a bit on edge. I have 3 sharp knives that I always carry on me just in case anything happens whenever I'm out. Nothing usually happens. I've walked to the store a handful of times, so I was pretty comfortable, especially since I had my pocket knives. I got onto the sidewalk and made eye contact with 2 men who were kinda eyeing me. It threw me off immediately, but I just kept walking. The parking lot was kinda full, so I felt kinda relieved. I eventually got inside and got my snacks, and I noticed one of the guys had come into the store right after I entered. I didn't notice this until I realized he was following me through the aisles, and I instantly felt my heart drop. I seen him hovering over items as if he was looking at them, but he just didn't want to come off as suspicious to anyone. Since there's 5 other people in there, I get in line and he's right behind me. At this point, I'm shaking and my mind is racing. I paid for my snacks and I started walking towards the door, but my gut knew something was wrong, like really, really wrong. I'm very intuitive and sensitive to energy, so I felt this times 1000. I instantly turned last minute and started looking at gift cards right by the door while the guy walked outside, so I assumed he left. I called my mom and explained what happened, and she came to pick me up in her car. She got there, and I walked outside, but I didn't realize the dude was waiting there for me. He purposely stood on the left side of the door so I couldn't see him anymore. I got in the car and my heart dropped when I noticed the whole parking lot was empty, and there were the 2 men waiting for me. He walked up to his friend and started saying something in his ear, and then they both just stared at me for a while we drove off. This shit scared me to my core. It's happened to me a couple more times, but this was the only time that there were 2 people instead of 1. This happened a few years ago. My friend, 19 female, and I, 18 female, were at our local convenience store. We both had guys we were seeing at the time, and we both needed condoms, so we bought 2 boxes and paid together. The cashier was normal, but the guy behind us kinda smiled and laughed at us. He was probably about 30. We left and didn't think anything of it. We got in my car and I drove a town over, about a 10-mile drive. We used to drive around aimlessly for something to do, listen to music, you know. We got to this next town and pulled up to a red light. Suddenly we realized that the guy next to us was trying to get our attention. I rolled my window down. It was the guy that had been behind us at the store. He said something like, "What, I'm not invited to the party?" and laughed. My friend and I looked at each other and were basically like, what the fuck? We drove away as soon as the light changed. That was the end of it. It was a long way to go to make a bad joke and make some teen girls feel uncomfortable. So I'll admit, this is pretty mild compared to other stories here, but it was creepy enough to make me nervous. I was walking to work this morning, and I passed by a park where a few homeless people tend to congregate. As I'm walking, I hear, "Hey." I glance over to my right and there's 2 guys sitting on the picnic table, maybe 50 feet away, and a few other people milling around a little further away. I wasn't sure who the hey was directed towards, so I kept walking. Then I hear, "Hey shorty." I ignore it. Then it was, "Hey shorty, come here." I called back, "I gotta go to work," an excuse that happened to be true. I didn't think much of it until I got a block past the park, when I heard faint voices behind me. I looked, and 2 guys were walking behind me. I assumed the same 2 guys since there's no one behind me previously. It didn't seem like they were trying to catch up with me, but I picked up the pace and crossed the street to a gas station. I wandered a bit through the store and picked up a few things for lunch, then went in a line to go pay. Just then, the 2 disheveled guys walked through the door, saw me, and they were eyeballing me so hard and kind of whispering to each other. This is when the nerves really started screaming, because I immediately knew that these were the guys from the park, and they were both big guys. Not fat, but very tall and husky. I'm 5'2", and they were easily 6'2" or 6'3". I check out and went over to the door on my phone, acting like I was waiting for a ride or something. but really I was watching them and waiting for an opportunity to leave safely. I kinda half-heartedly browsed around, not actually picking anything up, and the second they were out of sight, behind a shelf, I booked it out of the store. I immediately got out of sight of the store windows, weaved between a few buildings, and crossed a couple streets so I was a few blocks away pretty quickly. This way, they wouldn't be able to look down the main street to see where I had gone. I was about a half a mile before I got to work, and I made it without incident. Could have been nothing. They might have been planning to go to the gas station anyway, but my gut is telling me otherwise. I think I was somewhere between 10 and 12 when this happened, but I remember it pretty well. I was a very adventurous kid, still am now. I was always outside, wasn't at the house too much, especially around this time as my parents were going through a divorce and everything was about them, and as children were somewhat neglected. We lived in a really nice little suburban neighborhood that had a lot of trees and curvy, hilly, windy blocks that was quite a lot of square mileage. Basically, we had a lot of space to explore. I was with 4 friends during the summer. It was the middle of the day, and we were walking back to someone's house after playing baseball or something. 2 of us had scooters and went ahead a little ways, with the other 2 trailing behind, walking. At one point, our scooter friend gets to the end of the block and turns around to wait for the slowpokes, just walking. And I remember getting a strange feeling, but at the time, I didn't really know up from down, so I barely recognized it. They're both looking back at us kinda concerned, which I think triggered that feeling. One of them shouts, "Guys, run!" I look at my friend like, why would they want us to run right now? He says it again with more force, and gave me a sight fright. Run! Alright, we start running full speed towards them. Really wasn't that far away, maybe 100 feet, and stopped when we got to them. Why did you tell us to run? A car drove by us slower than normal with purple tinted windows and turned around the corner and disappeared. Apparently the car had slowed down and was pulling over. Someone had opened the door, and it seemed to my friends that they were getting ready to grab us. I don't remember seeing that part happen, but I do remember a very eerie vibe of the car, so I'm fairly certain it did. I thought I remembered the same car parked in a nearby driveway, like it lived there, and it was there a lot, but I was never sure if it was that exact car or not. Anyways, there's my creepy story. So this happened almost 20 years ago when I was a young 15-year-old girl. I had an older neighbor who taught the drums and was friendly with my family. I would take drum lessons from him once a week. He only lived like a half block down, so I'd always walk, and his family lived at the end of the cul-de-sac. Well, one summery day when I was walking home, at like 4 p.m., broad daylight in a quiet neighborhood, there was a strange man standing across the end of the cul-de-sac. He had on a big cowboy hat, odd for the area, and some facial hair. I don't know, he was maybe in his 30s, and he was just staring at me. He was watching me as I walked down the cul-de-sac and crossed the street, and once my back was to him, I could hear him following me. My heart sped up. My drumsticks seemed like weak protection, and I was wearing thin little flip-flops. I remember thinking if I had to kick him, they weren't going to help me at all. Less than a half block away from me was a more busy street, and I remember thinking if I could just get to that street where people would see, he'd be sure to back off. But his steps sounded closer, and I could taste the panic knowing I wasn't going to make it. I ended up running to a house where I kind of knew the family, and I knew the mom with young kids was probably there. I pounded on her door, tried to open it myself in panic. She opened it, and I spilled into her house and locked the door, told her what was happening, and let my heart calm down a bit. After being in her house for 15 minutes, I asked if I could hop her back fence to go home, since it would cut a block out of travel. But when we slid back the drapes of her back door, the dude was leaning up against the fence, right against her house, where you could see both the front door and the back door. She ended up loading her kids into the car and driving me home, and later had her husband ask around. Turned out the dude was living with his mother and had just gotten out of jail. Not sure what the charges were. All I know was my stomach had been twisted into knots, and it's the first time I tasted fear like that. I don't know what would have happened if he caught up to me. I'm scared and trying to calm down by writing this. At 6:30 this morning, I went to walk one of my dogs. I live in an apartment that resembles a townhome, and I live on the ground floor. As I'm walking my dog, I pass by a row of cars, and all of a sudden my dog stops and starts huffing and puffing at this one truck. No one was in the truck, so I thought it must have been a squirrel underneath it or something. When all of a sudden my dog's attention changes, and there's a man that pops up from underneath or behind the truck. I couldn't tell. I immediately turn around and start speed walking back to my apartment. I wasn't wanting to overreact because hey, it might be his truck and maybe he's doing something to it. But then my dog keeps huffing and puffing behind me, and when I turn around, I can see the man clenching something in his right hand and barreling towards me. I immediately take off in a sprint towards my apartment and make it back safely. I immediately woke up my boyfriend, and within the 30 seconds it took him to go outside, the guy was gone. I'm a 23-year-old female, and when this happened I was 21 and with 3 of my best friends. It was supposed to be a fun trip with friends, a chance to explore new places, take in the scenery, and make some great memories. But as we drove through a remote stretch of highway, I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being followed. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but as we continued down the road, the same car stayed behind us, always at a distance, never passing us. It was a dark sedan with tinted windows, and I couldn't make out the driver or any passengers. I tried to stay calm and reassure myself that it was just a coincidence, but my nerves were on edge. We eventually stopped for gas and snacks, and as we pulled back onto the road, the car was still behind us. Now I knew something was up. I mentioned it to my friends, but they brushed it off and said I was just being paranoid. As the miles passed, I grew more and more convinced that we were in danger. The car was still behind us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was inside was watching us, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Finally, I had the chance to take some action. I pulled off the road into this crowded parking lot, hoping the other car would just drive past. But my fears came true as it pulled in behind us. I knew we had to do something quickly, so I raced through the parking lot, probably going faster than I should, and quickly turned the car around and headed back up the way we came. The other car followed us for a while, but eventually turned off to the side of the road and disappeared from sight. We were all shaken by this experience and ended up taking a different route to our destination. I don't know what the other car's intentions were, but I'm grateful that we were able to avoid any kind of confrontation. From now on, I'll be much more careful about who's following us on the road. I'm an 18-year-old female. It was a beautiful day outside and I decided to take a walk to the park to clear my head. As I walked down the trail, I noticed someone else was on the path behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another person enjoying the park. But as I continued to walk, I realized that the same person was still behind me and didn't appear to be stopping or changing direction. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and continued my walk, but the persons present continued to make me feel uncomfortable. I turned the corner and waited for a moment to see if they would continue to follow me, and sure enough, they did. As I walked faster, so did the other person. I could hear the footsteps getting closer and closer, and my heart started to race. I don't know what I was thinking, but I decided to turn around and confront them, but as soon as I did, they turned and ran away. I felt relieved that the person had left me alone, but also frightened by the experience. I wondered if they had been following me for malicious intent, or if it was just a strange coincidence. I quickly made my way back home, making sure to look over my shoulder frequently. This experience left me feeling uneasy and aware of my surroundings whenever I went for a walk alone. I made a mental note to be more aware of my surroundings and to always trust my instincts when it comes to my personal safety. I was in the mall shopping for some new clothes when I noticed a man following me from store to store. At first, I thought he might just be browsing the same stores that I was, but as I made my way through the mall, I could tell that he was getting closer and closer. I tried to lose him by turning into different aisles and going to different stores, but he always seemed to be a few steps behind me. I started to feel uneasy and my heart began to race as I realized I was being followed. Every time I would turn around, he would dart off to a different area in the opposite direction, making me even more suspicious. I immediately went to mall security and explained the situation to them. They took me seriously and sprung into action. They patrolled the mall trying to find the man who had been following me. After a few hours, I was contacted and they identified the man and detained him for questioning. It turns out that he had been following me for quite a while and had a history of stalking and harassment. I was so grateful that the mall security took me serious and were quick to respond. This experience has left me shaken, but I know I had done the right thing by speaking up and seeking help. I have not been back to the mall since. I've got a pretty creepy story for you. It was so bad, I ended up leaving my job for another shortly after this happened. Trigger warning, underage person being harassed. Sexual comments, harassment. I don't go into detail, and hopefully I cover everything. Now that we got that out of the way, let's move on to the information. Like the title states, I was 16 when this happened. I was also working at a place where dreams go to die, Walmart. I absolutely hated working there, but thankfully, this encounter was the straw that broke the camel's back. Now, another thing I should mention, I look a few years younger than I actually am. I have a baby face. So even though I was 16, I looked about 13. It was during the day when this incident happened. It was a pretty slow day. I spent most of my shift wandering around, helping where I could, as I was already done with everything in my department. I was in the middle, heading back to my area, when a man approached me. He was a bit of a creepy dude, but I didn't want to be rude by not helping him, even though everything in me was telling me to walk away. Anyway, creepy guy was asking me to help find a gift for his niece. I asked him if he had any ideas what he wanted to get his niece. He said he wasn't sure, so I took him to the kids section so he could choose something. While he was browsing, he started asking me for my name, if I lived in the city, how old I was, those sorts of things. I obviously wasn't overly keen on providing this information, so I was pretty vague when answering. Other times I completely avoided the question altogether and redirected the conversation to his niece. It was evident that he wasn't really interested in discussing his niece, as he provided one-word answers and went right back to his intrusive questioning. He started asking me more personal stuff, like if I had a boyfriend, if I had sex before, etc. Now, I was horrible at communication when someone crossed the boundaries. I hated confrontation, and my managers sucked donkey nuts. They would give me hell for the stupidest shit, which made me really anxious whenever I had to talk to them. As a result, I did everything I could possibly do to avoid talking with them. Anyway, I asked him if there was anything else he needed. I just wanted to hurry and end this whole interaction, but of course, he told me he needed a card and a bag to put the gift in. I directed him to the card section. All the while, he upped the creep factor and began asking me extremely personal questions. He also was now giving me compliments. He'd tell me how beautiful I was, how I had such a great looking ass. Keep in mind, I don't look a day over 13, and yet, that didn't seem to stop this creep from making these crude remarks. While he picked out a card and bag, I kept my distance, but I remember he kept giving me the best I can equate to his bedroom eyes. It made me sick to my stomach, but I figured he would eventually get everything he needed and he would be on his merry way. He eventually got his card and bag and asked me to lead him to the till since he didn't know where they were. Obviously he did, but I just sucked it up and directed him to the checkouts. When we got within walking distance of the till, I politely excused myself and felt relieved that I finally got rid of him. Unfortunately, he ran ahead of me and asked me for my number, even going as far as making this horrible comment: "I like my girls nice and young. They can just keep going and going. You and I will have lots of fun." Not the exact word for word, he said. Nobody needs to hear the real thing. That made my skin absolutely crawl. I told him I didn't have a phone. I did, of course, and it was sitting in my vest pocket. He thankfully didn't seem to notice, but I was beyond paranoid that he would spot the phone and call me out on my lies. Despite being repeatedly told that I, in fact, did not have a phone, he kept insisting that I give him my number or my social media where he could contact me. It got to the point where I was backing away from him because he would get so close to me I could smell his breath. Unsurprisingly, he didn't take this hint and kept inching towards me. Want to know the real punch in the gut? I had a couple of my managers walk past. They definitely saw the guy harassing an underage employee, and they did fuck all to help. I was getting desperate. No one was coming to my aid, which made me feel hopeless on top of it. I thought I'd never get rid of this guy. My saving grace was when my manager was walking through the front door, right before the creep got handsy with me. My manager was my absolute favorite person. He was pretty intimidating, used to serve in the military. He was also a pretty big fella, pretty muscular, and could probably break me into half with one hand, but he was a gentle giant. Whenever customers got rowdy with employees, he'd intervene. It was always hilarious to see people who were red in the face deflate the moment they saw him approaching. I spotted my manager and gave him a look of desperation when he glanced over at me. I can't tell you how relieved I felt when I saw him make a beeline for us. He placed himself between me and the creepy dude and slapped on his customer service smile. He asked if he could assist the creep since I was supposed to be on my break. I happily took the hint and practically ran to the back of the store. I went to the staff room and was shaking from the adrenaline and was on the verge of crying. I was in the staff room for about 20 minutes before my manager called me to his office. He asked if I was okay. I said I was shaken up but fine. He assured me he'd have me working in the back for the next week just to ensure that if that creep came back looking for me, he wouldn't be able to find me. He then told me that the guy kept asking where I went, what my number was, what my name was, but my manager told him he couldn't release that information. My manager literally escorted the guy out of the store and watched him drive away before coming back in to talk to me. I never did see that guy again. Then again, I left that previous job shortly after that encounter. I got another offer to work with my best friend at her dad's restaurant after I told her what happened, which I happily took. I admit I was a little sad to leave, mainly because I really did adore my manager, but my hatred for Walmart and the fear of that dude was ultimately what pushed me to leave. So to the creepy guy who harassed me, let's not meet again, and on the off chance we do, I owe you a punch in the teeth. I'm a 24-year-old female. This happened at my previous job, and it's a bit long. Howard was the senior in my team. One day, during chit-chat, he asked me to recommend some colognes to him. As I know a lot about perfumes and fragrances, I recommend some, and then he asked me to help him buy it. I suggested it's better to try it out in person before buying any colognes, but he insisted many times that I buy my recommendations for him, so eventually I did. After I bought it, I WhatsApped him the receipt. He texted back, "Thanks, I'll treat it as a gift from you, LOL. He ended up paying me back later, so I just took it as a joke. The manager of my previous team, Alfred, asked me to grab a drink after work another day as he noticed I was frustrated at work lately. He also said I could invite more people if I wanted to. So I invited Kate, my closest friend in the company, who's also on Alfred's team. Kate suggested that we invite one more colleague, as she believed it would be better to hang out in a group of 4. I think for a bit, and invited Howard, as he had worked under Alfred before. I told Howard that Alfred wanted to buy us all drinks. I have drinks with Kate and another colleague, Aiden, regularly after work, so that was the first time I hung out with either Alfred or Howard. After the drinks, we decided to take the last scheduled subway home. Only Howard and I lived in the same direction. I knew he lived near Stop A from previous chit-chat, which is 10 stops before my stop. I live quite far away from the subway station, an hour walking distance, so I planned on taking a taxi after I got off at my stop. After we got on the subway, Howard started to say some things that made me uncomfortable. For instance, he asked when he could become as close to me as Aiden, or whether Aiden had ever been to my apartment. To be honest, I wasn't even that close to Aiden, and we were more like work friends. I was annoyed by all the questions, but I thought to myself, it's just a few more stops till his stop. I'd have my peace soon. But Howard didn't get off at his stop. I asked him about it, to which he replied that he had some errands near the next stop tomorrow morning, so he'd be staying at a friend's house. So the next stop comes up. So stop B is just the next stop before my stop. Luckily, Howard shut up, probably because of the lack of my response, and I just looked at my phone in silence. I just noticed Howard was still there when I was about to get off at my stop. He followed me off the subway and offered to take a taxi together. He said that he would drop me off at my place and then go to his friend's place, which would make no sense at all, as the 2 drop-off points are in completely opposite directions at my subway stop. I declined by saying I planned to walk home. He didn't know where I lived. Then he offered to walk me home. I said it's an hour away and persuaded him to just get on the taxi outside my subway stop. He finally budged and called the taxi through the app, which shows the estimated fare. I overheard him murmuring the amount, which was definitely more than just traveling from the subway station to where the other stop was. More like traveling back to his stop that he lives at. I suspected the stay at his friend's house thing, because he had an errand in the morning, was a lie, just to follow me home. A week later, Kay told me that she overheard Howard insinuate to Alfredo that we were in a relationship. I was creeped out by Howard, but didn't want to bring it up to Alfred, as he didn't ask me about it either. A month later, Alfred invited his team and a lot of other people he previously worked with to dinner to celebrate the end of a project. After the meal, Alfred asked me where I was heading to, as he knew I have 2 apartments. Kate and Howard were walking with us. I told Alfred that I'm going back to my apartment in the same direction of Kate's, which was the opposite direction of Howard's. Howard joined in the conversation and said that he's going in the direction too, as a friend of his was hosting a party there. Kate and I were pretty doubtful. On the subway, Kate asked him where the party was, and Howard said it was at stop C, which is exactly at my stop. So Kate and I pretended we had to go other places to hang out, and I was not getting off at C. Howard got off at stop C eventually, and I rode with Kate to her stop and then got on another subway back to C. I avoided him as much as possible before I eventually quit. I worked at a corporate headquarters as a receptionist. After they announced a very political, divisive celebrity as their new face. This was a very unpopular decision with some people, and threats were frequently called into headquarters after the ad campaign had rolled out. Around this time, I was closing up my building on their main campus one night alone. It was after dark, and I was locking up my desk. For example, the company headquarters is not open to the public, but people do not really know this, and it's common for people to wander in and ask if there's any points of interest to see, because it's an extremely popular brand. Most people coming to the front desk are employees or contractors or have meetings scheduled. There are turnstiles, and no one can get past reception without clearance. You have to have a reason to be here. If you're wearing a competitor, you can be asked to leave. A man in a gray jumpsuit walked up to my desk and told me he would like to speak with the CEO. Obviously, he couldn't just walk in and immediately speak to the CEO. I asked him if he had a meeting scheduled with him. He said he didn't, but added that he had some business to settle with him and would like to have a sit down with him and listen to some things he had to say. This obviously set off immediate red flags. I told him that, unfortunately, only his assistant could set up meetings and that I didn't even know if he was in, etc. The CEO wasn't even in my building, and the brand has hundreds of receptionists, so there was literally nothing I could do. So I just offered every possible excuse and said that I could take his contact info. The man then came behind my desk to swivel my computer screen. I could then see he was clearly armed. He spent a few moments arguing that he knew that I had the CEO's phone number and office location and not to play dumb. Finally, he leaned over me, told me that he was going to step outside for 5 minutes, and by the time he came back, it would be wise for me to have the CEO on the phone or in the lobby, or that I better be able to walk him into his office directly. Fortunately, we have those emergency buttons like the banks do. I hit mine, and security was called to my desk. I explained the situation, and they went looking for him. I guess when he saw security come out, he took off running into the parking lot, jumped over the landscaping, and got away. Security escorted me to my car that night. They pulled the CC footage later, and when I saw it, it was so creepy to see his body language and his proximity to me from another perspective. He had his hand placed where his gun was concealed the whole time. Another creepy thing, even with his threatening language and demeanor, he was smiling and being weirdly flirty in that condescending, scary way. Like trying to be charming so I wouldn't feel justified escalating things or calling for help, maybe. I'm still so unsettled when I think about what could have happened if I made the wrong move during the encounter, or if security wasn't 2 buildings over on the campus that spans miles. Every single nerve in my body was telling me that I was in danger, and him running seems to have confirmed it. About an hour ago, my manager and I were closing shift at a store in a small town in the north, off the main road across rent-a-control apartments. I was working at the register as usual and watching people come in around 10 minutes before close, watching who came in so that I can make sure that they left. There's this guy that came in that I randomly hyper-fixated on. He walked down the main aisle towards the bathrooms and went out of sight. I don't know why, but I wanted to make sure that he left. Customer after customer came and went, but 5 minutes to closing time, he never left. My manager went to the bathroom, and I stayed by the register until she came out and went to the office. I walked around the first few aisles in the front towards the door and didn't see him. My manager came out and wanted to buy some things right before we were supposed to close. I told her that I saw a guy come in but didn't see him leave. I felt really uncomfortable and disturbed and thought it was just because I had been listening to this insanely creepy podcast, The Black Tapes. But after she checked the whole store and I went around to check with her, we saw that he left a basket. We went into the office after I grabbed my stuff and we checked the cameras several times. We saw him come in, we watched the cameras again, forwards and backwards, every camera, outside and inside, right by the exit and incoming door. He never left. We decided to leave after about a half hour and called the general manager. I never saw him leave. The cameras never recorded him leaving. I've been terrified since it just happened. I apologize if this is long. I just can't stop thinking about how I feel at work since all these things have started happening, and I don't know if I'm being too harsh or not, as I've experienced something like this before in my life. So my new manager started at my work. He seemed pleasant enough and nice, quite funny, and I get on well with him. But then I started seeing 2 different sides of him. I noticed he was quite flirty in a joking way with my other colleagues, but I just thought that was his sense of humor, a bit strange, but nothing I was concerned with. Then, as time went on, I noticed he began to get closer to me and started to touch my shoulders or arms for a few seconds while talking to me and showing me things around work. I work at a retail shop. The first times, I thought nothing of it, as it wasn't noticeable enough for me to be uncomfortable. But I began to notice it was every time he was speaking to me, and there's just no need to touch my arms for a few seconds while talking to me about work. It invaded my personal space, but at the time, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't know him well, and I didn't want to make it awkward. But the thing that made it weird to myself was that he would always make it apparent and obvious if he touched me. He would always apologize and say things like, "Oh, sorry, I know people don't like it," and "Sorry, I'm getting close there," and just announces the fact he touches me and gets close to me. At this point, I'm just questioning why he mentions it and brings it up to the surface. If he didn't think it was a problem, then why would you speak about it? At that point, I thought it was odd, but there was nothing he did that was over the top, if you will. He had not made any sexual comments or touched parts of my body that was my space only, and we had worked alone plenty of times, and he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just some weird comments about being sorry for touching you. Then my boyfriend told me to watch it because every time I work with him, there's something else that happens where I think, oh no, not again. The more I've worked with him, each time something else happens and it becomes a noticeable pattern. Then this happened. My manager and I were looking over the work board, talking about the orders for the rest of the week. I said the wrong date accidentally for an order, and he looks at me and pauses, laughs, and then wraps his hands around my neck facing me for a few seconds and says, "Oh, you Mary, what do you like?" Then removes his hands from my neck. I laugh it off really awkwardly as I was taken aback that he touched my neck. It was quite a shock, so I didn't really process this happening, but I have not had anyone touch me like that in my life. This was the first red flag for me, but I still didn't think much of it and just thought it was one of his one-offs. A few weeks later, we're discussing the upstairs of the shop floor when we were alone. He's showing me the days off he has given me, and I say thank you, that's very nice of you to do. Then he looks at me and says, "Can I get a cuddle for that?" and smiles. We were standing side by side to each other, so I hesitantly say, "Yeah, sure," because I didn't want to be awkward. After I gave him a side hug, he shakes his head for a few seconds, laughs and says, "Oh, not a cuddle. I mean a hug, you know what I meant," and I just continue to laugh awkwardly as I just don't know what to say. Later, we were discussing work on a different day and looking into the storage box. I again said something wrong about where something was placed, and he pauses and looks at me, laughs, and says, "Oh my Mary, you deserve a slap on the bottom for that." I really awkwardly laugh. He looks at me to wait for what I have to say in response, but I didn't say anything as I felt too awkward to say please stop or anything else. I really didn't know what to think. That is all he's done to me personally, and the touching my shoulders or arm casually is what he has done multiple times. I've discussed it with my other colleague, and she had the same experience with the touching, and we both think it's weird. I've also started to notice the comments he makes to customers, and he's quite forward and creepy with them. For example, we have some free chocolates on display for customers to have, and these were heart-shaped chocolates. My manager is serving someone and says, "Oh, help yourself to chocolate if you like. I promise I'm not hitting on you. Haha." I heard that and thought that is such a creepy comment to make, and I know if I was the customer, I would not like to be spoken to like that. He is also very hot and cold and has been quite rude to me before during work, to the point where I had to go upstairs and take 5 minutes to myself to collect my emotions and not say something I would regret. I won't go into that as it's not particularly relevant, but sometimes he's kind, but other times he can be very short-tempered and rude to myself and customers. I'm trying not to overthink this, but lately it's all I'm thinking about as I don't know where the line is or what to say to him. Everyone tells me to report him and say something, but I'm really stuck on what I should do. I have officially confirmed I do feel creeped out by his behaviors and can't ignore how I feel anymore. Any advice, or is this even an issue? Edit, I forgot to add the thing that made me write this post. When we were closing together recently, he started to talk to a young girl and said, "She's similar to you." The girl came in inquiring about a job posting. He made a comment saying she's lovely, but then he started talking about what she was wearing and says, "She's wearing these jeans that had multiple rips in them. It went all the way up from her feet to her thigh." Oh no, not that I was looking at her legs, I don't mean that. And he would stumble while saying that. That to me was very, very odd, and I was uncomfortable with that comment. I've started writing all the incidents down. Update, I told my area manager this morning. He was incredibly supportive and listened to every word I said. He actually says the dates don't entirely matter. The fact it happened is enough to go grounds on. He's going to give me a call on Monday to discuss further, and he said he's going to tell his hierarchy at HR, and then we'll go from there. I was petrified to say anything, but he reassured me that he was glad I told him, and all of this was inappropriate. He also said I shouldn't have to come to work feeling this way, and he said, as my manager, he should know that this wasn't correct, and it's nothing I should be blamed for. I feel so much better after telling him. I'm just now thinking of the confrontation afterwards and all that, which gives me anxiety, but I'm so glad I told someone. I'm a 27-year-old female. I used to live in a small town where everyone basically knew everyone and people in the smaller towns in the area. In 2018, after I had lost my job, I was going to a place where 16 to 30-year-olds learned how to look and apply for a job and a lot more. There I met a woman who I'll call Y. One day, Y started to talk to me about a friend of hers who lived at a town with her mom, her dog, and her creepy German stepdad. Her friend told her that she desperately wanted to move out because her stepdad makes her so uncomfortable. Her bedroom is right next to their bathroom, so she would usually put her clothes on in the bedroom. But now she does it in the bathroom because he looked at her inappropriately when she walked to her bedroom. According to Y, you could see the bathroom door from the living room. Her stepdad would get off the couch and try to spy on her. I had a gut feeling that this wouldn't be the last time I heard of him, and I'm sad to say that was right. I broke up with my ex in 2019, but shortly after that, I got a job at a thrift store taking care of jigsaw puzzles and board games. 2020 came along, and I became so lonely that I downloaded an app that was aimed for finding friendship. I started talking to this guy in January who said he was 26 or 27 and that he was from Germany and lived in the same exact town that Y said her friend did. I thought it was odd, but out of curiosity, I talked with him some more. He said he had moved to Sweden with his wife and their dog. Insert red flags here. But he's looking for someone to talk to because they're going through a divorce right now. He wanted to meet and perhaps go for a walk in the forest near his house. He talked about his hobbies. He liked his motorcycle and other things I've forgotten about by now. This is also important. My creep meter was pegging and I ghosted him hard. 8 months later, when I was laying a jigsaw puzzle, I heard a man with a German accent come in. I felt something was off, but I continued to do my job. For obvious reasons, we didn't have a lot of people who worked there at the moment, and this made me the youngest woman there. I was 25 at the time. My male boss was going to do something before he showed him the place. While my boss worked, this guy roamed around and asked if he could sit down and talk to me. I said okay, because of course, there could be more than one German person, even in a small community. Remember all the important things. Yes, he told me almost all the same things again. He wasn't the age he said he was. He was as old, if not older than my father, who was 53. The color disappeared in my face and I started to scratch my neck in fear. He started to trauma dump on me. He talked about how he had sex with a young girl in Germany, got her pregnant, and was forced to leave Germany because of this. Apparently she gave birth to a son, and his son reached out to him when he was older. His son told him that he was gay, and the creep is now blaming himself for making his son gay. He talked about his dad's alcoholism and other things I can't remember now. He also asked if we could eat together, but I declined. HR came into our working room, and she called my name. I turned my head, and she clearly saw that I was afraid. She said she needed to talk to me. I only nodded, stood up, and walked over to her, still scratching my neck. We walked to the other room where I sat down on the sofa, and she asked me if I was okay. All I could say was, "I'm afraid of this man." And when I had calmed down, I gave her a short version of what happened, and her eyes widened. It was close to closing time, so she asked if I wanted to go home, and that she would make sure that he left 10 minutes after I had gone home. My apartment was only 5 minutes away. I didn't even look at her once. I was so frozen in fear that I only stared at the wall while continuing to attack my neck. After a few minutes, I only nodded. She walked me to the employee entrance and stood there for a while I walked home. I saw the damage I had done to myself when I arrived home. My female boss wasn't there until Monday, and unfortunately, HR wasn't there that day. My boss came over to my desk and said that she had spoken to HR and she wanted to hear it from me. I told her exactly what happened, and I also told her that I had heard about him before. Her response was these exact words: "I've heard of him before because I have an old friend who unfortunately is in a mental hospital right now." She told me that he is the kind of person who likes to attack young girls, thin, vulnerable, and insecure women. I fit that description. My fear turned into rage. I just looked at her and said, "Are you crazy? You know what type of man he is. You knew that I'm working here, and you still hired him?" She said that she had talked with the male boss who also knew about him, and they had decided that people can change. I said that I agree, but he has already shown that he's not willing to. She decided to make him work during the weekends and forbid him to come into work during the week when I was there. Of course, he showed up anyways. When HR was there, she would tell him to go out, but when she wasn't, you could clearly tell that he was looking for another victim, or for me. My bosses are lovely people, even though they're severely confused. I should have reported them, but it's too late now. I moved to a city that's more than 2 hours away, and he doesn't work there anymore. Edit. Sorry, I forgot a very important fact. The thrift shop I worked at hired people who are in vulnerable situations and are desperate for a job, and they still hired a predator knowing that fact. Hey guys, I was just reminded of this really scary incident involving a manager at one of my old jobs I had. This happened about 5 years ago when I was 20. I believe he was around 42 or so, give or take a few years. To paint you a picture here, the manager in question, who we'll call Tim, was a short Viking-esque guy. Red beard, red hair, bright blue eyes, stocky built, not muscular though. Tim was also a heavy smoker and known racist piece of shit. He dropped the N-word at least 4 times a week for shock factor during conversation. During conversations, he would also refer to indigenous people as Indians. He stopped when he found out that I was Métis and confronted him about it. He was mostly bark with a little bite, but still someone I was cautious around nonetheless. He also had a girlfriend who was also 20 at the time. She was like an alternative reality version of me. Like me, she was a bigger girl, size 24 to 26-ish, piercings, tattoos, the works. I looked like the replicate, tall version of her. It was surreal. He never outright told me that he had feelings for me, but on several occasions he commented on how much I reminded him of his girlfriend, and would ask if I was into women and 3-ways. I'm bisexual, but he didn't know that. I gave vague answers every time he asked something of the sort, but one day he made an off comment about bisexual women being greedy, to which I reacted negatively to. He put the pieces together from there. A couple weeks went by of him asking me questions about my interests, my hobbies, what I do in my off time, my favorite music, etc. Normally I would chalk this up to office banter, but with the creepy undertones I had a hard time engaging with him about my personal life. At this time, I had also started seeing my now partner of 5 years. When my boss asked again what I was doing after work, I informed him that I was going to see my boyfriend. This sent him into another question tailspin. He asked me how we met, how long we'd been dating, where he lived even. It was really unnerving. Once again, I kept the answers vague, but this time I went on and on about how much I loved my partner and how excited I was to have such an amazing partner in my life. I wanted to be crystal clear that I was not interested in my boss. That same evening, as we were closing, he told me about his favorite music. He specifically mentioned a band called Immortal Technique and a song of theirs called Dance with the Devil. I shrugged as I wasn't familiar with the song, so he put it on the store speakers while we swept and closed the cash. For those of you who are not familiar with the song, it's a very graphic and disturbing song that has a rather intense twist at the end. If you like that song, that's your taste, whatever. But personally, as a woman, I find it difficult listening to graphic depictions of extreme violence against women, period. Tim turns up the music to almost a deafening level while I count the cash and get our computers closed up. As he's sweeping, he's actively and loudly rapping along word for word, dropping N-bombs of course, all the way through. He hadn't been looking at me until the later half of the song, where the lyrics begin to depict a woman being raped and killed by a group of men. It's visceral, violent, terrifying. Tim turns to me at that point of the song and stares into my eyes while pointing and dancing to the lyrics while rapping along. He was making violent gestures while doing this, motioning a head stomping gesture with his hands, thrusting during a rape, etc. I quickly closed cash faster than I ever had in my life. I felt like I was in danger at that point. I grabbed my bag and jacket as the song finished. He turned it off and goes, "Isn't that something? It's poetry. The storytelling is just amazing, isn't it?" I remember my whole body was tense. I muttered, "Not my cup of tea," and left. I should have given him my notice right then and there, but I was in a rough employment situation and couldn't up and leave. After that, he actually stopped scheduling him and I together very often. And about a month later, I gave my notice after finding a better job full-time. He was furious when I left, of course. The company actually ended up closing that location a few months later because Tim lost it, according to our common connection, a friend of mine, a worker of his. This friend of mine also told me that he upped and moved to the other side of the country to be with his ex-wife. What made me remember this story was that a few months ago I was running errands in the outskirts of my city. I happened to stop at a random Taco Bell, and guess who walks in with a very young looking woman on his arms? Tim. I was with my partner who also recognized him. My partner and I were already seated at this point. Tim looked at us like a deer in headlights and booked it out of there faster than a kite in the wind. Before he left though, I noticed that he shaved his head and got some suspicious looking tattoos on his arms. When he turned around, there was a distinct white power symbol patch on his jacket and his girlfriend's jacket too. So not only was this guy a creep, but also a predator and now a white supremacist. I don't go into that area anymore unless I'm accompanied by my partner at all times. Tim is very much a part of my past, and I have no desire to run into him ever again. Feels good to get this off my mind and onto paper, so to speak. Working as a waitress, people often treat you badly. For every 25% tipper, there's 10 old guys who leer and tip 10%. I usually made it through my shifts okay, but one customer interaction truly creeped me out. It was a slow night, and this older couple got seated in my section. The wife seemed spacey, but nothing too weird. When I came back to their table to get their drink orders, she was slowly rearranging the sad little fake flowers we had for decoration. I joked about it, some line about her messing with my arrangement. She looked up at me, wide-eyed. "I'm a florist's daughter." She was still moving them around and looking at me, and I left with her drink orders. I came back with her drinks and she's done playing florist. I asked her what they want to order, and while the husband is speaking, she interrupts him repeatedly to order soup. Same tone each time, no indication that she even hears him speaking. I ask her if she wants that served first as an appetizer. She stares at me, repeats the same sentence. The husband cuts in and confirms that they want it as an appetizer. I leave and put in their orders. Later, I stop by and ask how their food is. The wife grabs my sleeve right at the elbow and pulls me towards their table. She compliments the food, but at this point, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Her grip is pretty strong too, so I repeatedly tug at my sleeve to get away. Finally, they're done with their meals and I ask them how everything was while clearing their plates. The wife is very pleased and is still staring at me, wide-eyed and blank. Then she says, "I never got your name." I usually don't tell customers my name unless they ask, so I tell her. She stares at me, unblinking, then asks, "Do you know what it means?" My name is very common, so it's a weird question. I'll say it's biblical. She continues to stare, then she says, "It means beloved by God. That was my daughter's name." She grabbed my sleeve again. I know she was beloved by God because he took her back so soon. She's still staring at me in a weird, wide-eyed way, then she smiles. The husband is quiet, unbothered, and I kind of stutter and get out of there. Maybe she was still grieving or on something, like heavy-duty mood stabilizers. She had less than one glass of wine, but I was really convinced that I was going to drop dead after that conversation. It was so ominous. I didn't feel physically threatened, sure, but it was the creepiest conversation I've had with a stranger. This occurred around 1999-2000. My best friend and I were avid outdoor adventurers and amateur pot growers. We would frequently find secluded places in the woods that allowed for ample light and shade for the plants to grow, and that would not allow them to be found easily. One particular day we went to an annex of trails located near a New Jersey State Park trail system. The trails weren't in the park, but I had hiked them before and knew they weren't that frequented. We had gone out that day with our seeds partially sprouted in moist paper towels. We parked the car on the trailhead and started to hike in. We covered a mile or so and then we ventured off a trail into the woods. We found a clearing, planted the seeds, and tied a few barely visible ribbons off to mark the way to spot our plants, to check on them in the future. My friend and I got back on the trail and started walking back to the car, when my friend noticed a man in the other direction just staring at us. He was probably in his 30s or 40s, bald head, normal clothes. We didn't think much of it for the most part, but we definitely kept looking back as anyone would have with someone behind them in the woods. We saw he was walking 60 or so feet behind us. It seemed weird, but it was probably more so due to us having anxiety since we planted the seeds. We picked up the pace, but the man seemed to pick up his pace as we weren't gaining any distance. At one point, we just decided to get off the trail and let him pass. We turned off the trail and walked into the thicket of sticker bushes, which I remember vividly getting shredded on. We got deeper into the woods and heard cursing. When we turned around, the man was coming through where we entered. It was at that moment that we actually became scared. Mind you, we were two young, strong 19-year-olds, but a man following you into the woods is damn creepy. We kind of made a U maneuver and outflanked him and came out of the woods a bit further down the trail. Once on the trail, we ran. As we were running, there was a fork in the trail and my best friend went right and I went left. I realized my mistake as my buddy was going down the correct path and I wasn't. So I turned around and started running back towards the fork to follow my friend. As I was running towards the direction we came from to get to the fork, I could see the man running towards me down the trail. He was a distance away, but not far enough in my eyes. Survival mode kicked in and I ran as hard as I could. I caught up with my friend, who was walking at that point. I screamed that he's after us, and we both booked it all the way to the car. We got into the car shaking and out of breath. We backed up and started to get out of the parking lot when the man appeared at the trailhead. I always wondered what that was all about. Did he want to kill a couple of 19-year-olds? Was he also doing some illegal things in the woods and wanted us gone? My buddy and I still laugh and talk about that day 22 years later. I'm so glad I found this subreddit because I love remembering this story. It's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Also, this was in 9th grade. There was this huge state park right outside of the town I lived in. My friend and I would go down the trails every now and then. We had been walking for maybe 10 minutes when we realized there was an older woman not far behind us. I only really noticed because of how out of place she looked, like she came straight out of an old folks' home and just was dropped into the woods. We were joking around about how creepy she was and sped up to put some distance between us, but every time we did, we looked back and still be able to spot her. We did this probably 3 times. We still thought it was funny though. We ended up running down the trail until we got to a small bridge. We hopped off the bridge into the creek and then went around the bend. We could still see the bridge from where we were. We were cracking up the whole time when we saw the old lady again. We had run for a good couple minutes, like she shouldn't have caught up to us that fast, and it was like she had gotten off the trail because she was standing on the bridge looking around. I think that's when we stopped thinking it was funny. As soon as she left, we took off running the other way. That was it though, nothing happened. I just always thought the whole thing was creepy. A few months ago, my girlfriend and I were on a drive back home from a late night concert about 1 a.m. We were basically in the middle of nowhere, and I decided to pull off at a random rest stop to use the bathroom. I figured at this time the only people at this place would be either truckers and other people in the same situation as me. I got out of my car and walked up to the building, and as soon as I stepped inside, there was a few weird things that I noticed. So this place is laid out with 2 men's rooms and 2 women's rooms, 2 vending machines, one in both corners on either side of the restroom doors. When I walk in, there were 2 people, both of them standing directly in front of each of the vending machines. Both just staring at the vending machines, not reaching to get money or actually intending to buy something. So I walked past these people and went into the first restroom. I walked inside and I was the only person in the restroom, using the urinals, which is laid out in a U shape. A few seconds later, someone else walks in, an older guy, maybe 50 or 60, working class looking guy. He walked over and started using the urinal right behind me, about a few feet away. Nothing about this was very alarming at first, but being a careful person that I am, I already have my pocket knife open in my hand, in my front hoodie pocket. Once I finish up, I go to wash my hands and walk out the door to the first restroom. As I walked out, I realized I also had to take a shit, so to avoid being awkward, I walk into the second men's restroom, taking a note that these weird vending machine people were in the same exact spot. I go into the first stall and try to go about my business when I hear someone else walk into the restroom and go into the stall right beside me. Keep in mind, there are about 6 open stalls away from mine. I thought that was very weird, so I looked down and immediately recognized the work boots as the guy in the first bathroom. This guy just walked in and I wasn't even in there for 2 minutes. I immediately got up and left the bathroom. I started to speed walk out the building, and I noticed from outside, looking back inside, he also quickly got up and was heading towards the outside doors. I hopped in my car, waking up my girlfriend, and told her I would explain in a minute. I put the car into reverse and whipped out of the spot. As I was shifting into drive, I looked up and saw this guy only a few feet away, standing next to his old beat-down truck, literally staring me down as I started to drive away. I stared directly back at him and saw him make a really creepy, mime-like surprised look at me. I was really tired and confused, but I still don't know what this guy was planning at the rest stop in the middle of nowhere at 1 a.m., or if the vending machine people had anything to do with it at all. This is one of the only times I've experienced something like this, and have felt actual danger. If anyone has any similar experiences or ideas of what this may have been, I would love to hear it. I'll preface this by saying that we were 12 or 13 at the time, and my friend and I often snuck out of either of our houses during sleepovers for late night walks. This was the basis for this terrifying encounter, and it stopped us from sneaking out after dark again. My friend lived opposite of a huge forest, so her house was the preferred choice to sneak out of, and us to roam the night, because the forest was more scary and thrilling. We always took flashlights, food, and blankets, so we could camp out for a couple hours before going back home. Well, on this fateful night, we inadvertently fell asleep instead of staying awake, so my friend suddenly jolted me awake from sleep. It was past 3 a.m., a lot later than we usually snuck out at. We grabbed our essentials and crept out the back door into the cold, dark night. Frost crunched underfoot as we crossed the deserted road and we reached the entrance to the forest. We noticed how pitch black and completely silent it was, unnervingly so. We turned on our flashlights and stepped onto the uneven path into the forest. The light illuminating the trees, swaying in the icy wind. We stepped on fallen leaves and bark as we made our unsteady but familiar way into our favorite part of the forest. Our cold breath was the only noise to invade the deafening silence. We reached a small hut we constructed one afternoon, made entirely of sticks, purely for the purpose of having shelter for our campouts. There were times that vandals or other kids damaged our hut, but for the most part it stayed intact. On this occasion it was completely destroyed, a sign of worse to come. We were just deciding to call it a night and come back later in the day to repair the hut when we heard it. This loud shrieking giggle that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My friend and I jumped up in shock and looked at each other like, what the fuck? We were completely freaked out. The eerie and unnatural giggle rang out again, contradicting the silence and making my entire body break out in goosebumps. Someone is in here, my friend whispered at me, looking utterly terrified. We gotta go now. Her voice of rationale made it even more scary and unnerving that someone was in the forest with us at 3 o'clock in the morning. We just looked at each other and took off running in unison, our footsteps navigating the path as naturally as we could from muscle memory. Our uneven gasps of air punctuating the giggle that seemed to be following us, getting closer and closer. Our flashlights went up and down with the fast movements, illuminating random patches of trees and bushes as we finally saw a small sliver of light as we came through the forest entrance. Running out of the forest, we didn't stop until we reached the back door of my friend's house and almost collapsed in a breathless heap of relief to be safe. Then my friend's eyes went wide and she nudged me, pointing a shaking finger across the road. A haggard woman, middle-aged, was standing at the forest entrance, giggling, the awful, horrifying giggle, and was waving over at us. We screamed and ran inside and looked out from my friend's bedroom window through the smallest gap in the curtain and could still see the woman standing there. Worse yet, she was staring right at us as if she knew we were there. We could tell she was giggling a hideous, appalling laugh. She turned very slowly and walked back into the forest again. We never went back to that forest, nor did we go out after dark again. I was about 30 years old and my girlfriend and I decided to go camping for a couple of nights in a spot that she knew of in British Columbia. It wasn't any sort of official campground or anything, but it was a spot that you could pull over and park on the side of the highway to get into it. So we did, and then we trekked in with our gear into the woods that were between the highway and the waterway. After about 20 minutes of walking along a well-used trail, we got to an area where there were a few old foundations from abandoned buildings, including at least one with an intact set of concrete stairs. This spot also opened up into a nice little beach on the ocean and had a nice space to set up the tent beside the trail that we had been walking along. So within a half hour the tent was set up, a fire was prepared, and we had chopped up enough wood for the night. I decided to have a look at how much further the trail went. My girlfriend took her journal down to the beach to write. I wasn't gone very long, as within a few hundred yards the trail came to an abrupt end at the base of a cliff. It was maybe 40 to 50 feet high and ran out into the water in one direction and out of eyesight in the other. I did try to follow it inland, but the forest became quite dense very quickly, so I had to stop within 30 minutes of exploring. I headed back to our camp and headed down to the beach. My girlfriend and I spent the rest of the afternoon there, and around 6 p.m. we went back to our site. I started up the fire, we cooked some dinner, and had some wine. So far this was a very nice little getaway. After tidying up everything and letting the fire die down, we got ready for bed and slipped into the tent to sleep. For whatever reason, I grabbed the axe from the stump that I had used to split the firewood earlier and brought it into the tent. Not something I normally did previously when camping, maybe because of the unofficial nature of this campsite. As is usually the case when camping, I fell asleep almost immediately. The exercise and fresh air do that to me every time. While asleep, a storm system had rolled in and it started to rain heavily. Being the good Cub Scout I was, I had taken the time to spread the tarp over the tent so none of the rain was hitting our tent and much of the wind was blocked as well. We were nice and snug, but the storm was making some very loud sounds which made it hard for me to fall back asleep. Around 2 or 3 in the morning I was pulled out of a light sleep by what sounded like footsteps coming down the trail. By this time of night, the storm had mostly passed and the only other sound was light rain hitting the tarp. I half sat up and through the tent material I could see a light coming down the trail, matching these footsteps. That got my attention really quickly. Who the fuck would be out here in the middle of the night, along a trail that is well off the beaten track and ends about a football field or so past where we are? Suddenly the light and the footsteps stop moving and the light goes out. What the fuck? Now it's one thing to be out here walking along in the middle of the night, but why would you feel the need to turn off your flashlight? The footsteps resumed towards us, but now at a slower speed and softer. I reached over and grabbed the axe. Quietly I took the cover off of it and slightly nudged my girlfriend. Don't say anything, but someone's approaching the campsite on the trail. She gave me a quizzical look, and I just shrugged my shoulders and nodded in the direction that the person was coming from. Almost immediately she picked up on the sound of the footsteps, which were both closer and slower. We looked at each other with freaked out expressions. I showed her the axe and she looked relieved. The footsteps had stopped very close to our tent. For about 5 to 10 minutes there was no movement from outside, although we could hear whoever this was breathing. Finally I called out and said, "Hey, whoever's out there, do you need any help?" Once I said that, the flashlight turned back on and was shined against our tent a few times and around our campsite a few more. Abruptly the person began to walk down the trail again in the direction of the cliff. Very quickly they were out of sight down the trail, so I took the opportunity to get my jeans and boots on, in case there was some sort of further weirdness when they came back, since there was nowhere for them to go once they got to the cliff. After about 20 minutes of waiting, they still hadn't returned, so I got out of the tent and started a fire. My girlfriend got dressed and came out to join me. After another 20 to 30 minutes, we made some coffee and sat there, keeping warm by the fire. We sat there till the sun came up. No one ever came back down the trail. Once it was fully bright, I took the axe and made my way along the path until I got to the cliff. No sign of last night's visitor to be seen. I slowly made my way back to the campsite, looking carefully to each side to see if there was any trails I missed. We packed up immediately and left. To this day I have no idea who this person was, where they came from, or where they disappeared to. Needless to say, I never went back to camp there again. Ten years ago, my wife and I planned a hike at Mount St. Helens on Mother's Day. It was the last weekend to hike to the summit without permits. The mountain is still covered with snow at that time of the year typically, so the tradition is that everyone hikes up the mountain wearing a skirt. which actually made climbing easier. And once you reach the summit, most people either ski or sled down the mountain. We were offered a chance to play some music the night before in Seattle, so we were late getting started in the morning. In fact, we were the last ones to start up the mountain. Well, it was a beautiful sunny day, and pretty warm. We struggled to reach the summit because the snow had melted so fast that even snowshoes barely kept us from sinking and sliding. We knew that the daylight was going to be running out soon, and quickly started sledding down the mountain. We were by far the last people on the mountain. There really isn't much signage, but we knew where we needed to be. Right before the tree line is the turnoff that is crucial and easy to miss in the snow, especially if someone is skiing or sledding. We picked up our sleds and start the final hike to the car through the woods. Just then my wife's cell phone beeped after finding a signal, and we laughed that she had left it on the entire hike. We continued on until we ran into a couple hiking back up the hill. Very unusual. They stopped and asked if we were the last hikers on the mountain, and we said yes. The woman started crying and told us they had reached the summit and her mother wanted to ski down ahead and would meet them at the car. When they got to the car, her mother wasn't there. They couldn't reach her by phone, so they were climbing back up to find her as it was getting dark. We told them that we had just gotten a signal on my wife's phone, and before they continued, to please call their friends waiting at the car. They called. Their mother was still missing. We were all scared at this point. As we were talking on the phone, their friend said they saw a car and her mother got out. Everyone rejoiced. So the mother skied down the hill, missed a turnoff, and ended up 8 miles down on a snow-covered road that was rarely used. Someone was on the road and gave her a lift to the car. If we had ended the call earlier, they would have continued up the mountain and would have likely been lost. About 2 years ago, me and my family moved from New Jersey to Florida for a fresh start. Before I start my encounter, I want to iterate my mental state at the time, because it contributes to how I acted at the time of the story. So the night of the move, my mother had just got a call from a close family friend. She had just become pregnant and had started to have complications, and feared she had lost a baby. My mother, being the awesome woman she is, went over to help and watched her young son, can't remember his age at the time, and calmed our friend down, and told her to go to the hospital to be sure and get it checked out. She and her husband rushed to the hospital, and luckily she hadn't lost a baby. But it wasn't until 1 in the morning until my mother got back, and I was still up waiting for her to get back. So yes, we were dead tired the next day when we packed up everything for the long trip to our new home in Florida. While my father, who had slept through the whole ordeal the night before, was not. But that's just me bitching. Anyway, I'm driving with my mother while my father is in another car, and I'm not exactly happy about the move. So tired and upset, we continued with our trip. We'd always driven from New Jersey to Florida for years and never had any really weird experiences out on the road. I'm not sure about my parents, but they never talked to me about anything creepy in my 22 years I had been alive and had traveled with them. And trust me, they love to tell me stories, and I do too. So when this happened, I was totally unprepared for it. What happened the night before certainly didn't help. So we stopped at one of the many stops on our way to Florida, and I think we were in the Carolinas or somewhere near there when we stopped. Now, if you ever traveled by car, a rest stop is a place kind of like a civic center rest area. These places are for travelers who either needed a minute to stretch, go to the bathroom, or a place where they can safely rest for the night in their cars. These places are usually well lit and have vending machines for anyone who needs a snack or drink. It was late, maybe 9 or 10 at night, and we stopped to stretch our legs and go to the bathroom. I wanted a few snacks, so I asked my mother for a few bucks. She gave them to me, and I entered the little enclosed area that contained these machines. So I'm standing there, alone, picking what I wanted when this woman comes in. She's a short, skinny older woman who dressed nice with bleached blonde hair. When I glanced at her and smiled politely, she came right up to me and held her hand out to shake and introduce herself. Dumbfounded, I shake her hand back and stupidly told her my name. After that, she launches into this tale about how she lost her wedding ring, had a head wound, and her car was out of gas, and she needed some money and other things that I honestly can't remember. I'm just standing there listening and trying to figure out a way to get out of this situation. Now you have to understand, this was literally the first time anyone has ever approached me at one of these stops. Mostly because I don't think I have the most friendly face for people to approach for help. Even though I'm a girl, I'm taller, around 5'5", 5'6", taller than most girls at least, broad shoulders, and I resemble my father, who doesn't have the most welcoming face either. But me, I'm a bleeding heart, and I never want to be rude to people, but in this situation, I would have been if it hadn't been out of the blue. When I'm in situations that are new to me, I tend to freeze up and can't think straight. I don't know how to act or what to do in these situations. As you can guess, I'm a big introvert and socially awkward, but I don't have a problem telling people to fuck off. But in this situation, I'm outright panicking and just want to get away from this weird woman. And I say weird because the head injury she mentioned, she didn't have one, not even a bruise. And she was talking so fast and non-stop, I couldn't even tell her I couldn't help her, or even try. For some reason at that moment, being polite was more important than getting away. So I'm standing there, exhausted to my bones, about to shove the little money I have at her, when my mother walks in. My badass mother comes right over and says what I can't say, and tells me to come to her. The woman takes a step back, and I realize how close she was. I hadn't even noticed that she was steadily coming closer as she was talking. She tells my mother how beautiful and nice I was, when really I looked like a greasy mess, as I don't really care about my appearance when I take a road trip. My mother doesn't really respond, and she has me by my arm walking towards the bathroom, asking if I'm okay. That woman got the fuck out of there and goes the opposite direction of where she said her car was. Looking back on it all, at the time I thought she was just weird, and I was certainly weirded out by all of it, but I just thought whatever. But after listening to YouTube, Let's Not Meet, and the such, I realized how lucky I was 2 years later that situation hadn't escalated. I think the reason why she approached me was because I had a wad of money in my hand. They were folded and looked like I had a lot more than I really did. I probably only had $6 on me. And because it was probably obvious to her how tired I was and how much of an easy score she could have gotten. In my tired, grumpy state, she probably planned to rob me. So if any of you reading this, I hope you aren't planning on traveling alone. But if you are, be careful of people, even completely normal looking ones. You can never be too careful, especially all the people looking for an easy score. So weird woman who was lying through her teeth, wanting the $6 in my hand. Let's not meet again. When I was roughly 13, a very close friend of mine invited me and my sister to come to her and her sister's birthday party at a campground. Megan and I were walking around the campground, just messing around, with our sisters following somewhere behind us. The adults knew what we were doing, and we live in a relatively small town, so they knew most of the people at the campground, so it wasn't weird for us to be allowed to walk around the loop. We passed the camper when we were nearing the pond they had there. Megan said she knew the people who were staying there, and they had a girl who was close to our age, and she had a brother. We stopped by and asked if the girl wanted to walk with us. She accepted, and we were off again. I don't remember the girl's name, but she kept on mentioning her brother and how he told her that he thought I was cute when we stopped by the camper. We walked to the pond and probably played in it a bit, then started walking back towards the girl's camper. When we get there, she said to me, "Wait, my brother texted me. He wants to talk to you." He comes out and tells me I'm pretty, and we exchange numbers. The next day we're texting when I asked him his age. He was 19. I tell him I'm 13, and he says it doesn't matter and I can still be his girlfriend. I remember feeling weird after that. I just ended up blocking him after a few days of him texting me and me hardly replying, hoping that he would stop. On Sunday, my best friend, my boyfriend, and I went camping about 20 miles from where I live. We got there around noon and set up a spot. My boyfriend and I had to sleep in a tent and my best friend in the car. We were having a wonderful day and a good time, drinking and smoking weed and eating lots of good snacks, just sticking around. It got dark and super cold, so we went to the car to warm up for a bit and listen to some music. My boyfriend had a lot of Jameson and some beers and really wanted to take the flashlights and explore the small mountain next to our site. I'm an anxious person, and even more when I'm inebriated, so I'm panicking a bit, but he assures me that it will be a quick walk, and we had service, so I know I could call or text him. He comes back about 20 minutes later. We got into the tent and he says, "Shit didn't feel right." I asked him what he meant, and he said that he wasn't alone out there. Now, he's had a slew of supernatural experiences throughout his life, so it's not uncommon to hear these things from him. He said we were okay because he talked to him. He just kept repeating, if we respect his lands, he'll respect us. There's so much more in this world and this life than just us, but we're safe. If we respect the land, they will respect us. He basically reiterated the same point in different ways. Then he would smile and try to assure me everything was fine. I told him he was scaring me because I do believe him, but because he was also drunk, it seemed like he was almost in a dreamlike state. We'd lay down to get warm because it was fucking cold. I started hearing footsteps and scratching around the tent, but nothing was there. After a few minutes, my anxiety got the best of me, and we packed up and went home. I'm not sure how much he remembers, and I'm too afraid to ask. My 25-year-old female friend from college told me a harrowing story that happened to her and her friends in high school. She is from Buffalo, New York, and often went on camping trips to local upstate campgrounds. When she was a senior, her and 4 of her friends went to a campsite fitted with rows of cabins on the water that people could rent. As the sun went down, the girls noticed that their neighbors a few cabins down, a group of guys similar in age, were playing music and grooving around the campfire, drinking beers. One of the guys asked them if they wanted to join. When they got over there and started hanging out with the guys, everything seemed completely normal, and they were having a fun time. As the night progressed, one of the guys started getting blackout drunk and eventually pulled out a revolver that he said belonged to his dad. He started waving it around and playing with it. This obviously freaked everyone out, his own friends included. Eventually, he started pointing the gun to his head and laughing, while his friends were yelling at him to put it away and how it was not funny. The girls at this point were fairly disturbed and told the guys that they should get back to their cabin and said their goodbyes. When they got back to their cabin, they all talked about how freaky that was and expressed concern for the drunk guy. They then moved on to other topics of conversation and forgot about it for the time being. A few hours later, sometime in the middle of the night, they heard a loud bang coming from the direction of the neighbor's cabin. Shortly after this, a barrage of cop cars showed up on the scene. One officer came to my friend's cabin and started asking them questions about the cabin they visited earlier that night. My friends asked the officer what happened. He explained that the kid had shot himself in the head in front of his friends. They were unable to discern if it was suicide or accidental. My friend to this day still has PTSD over this incident and explained that's why she rarely goes camping anymore. I know the story may sound fictional. A lot of people don't believe me when I tell them, but I can assure you that the only other person involved also witnessed what occurred that strange night. This happened 11 years ago with my ex-girlfriend. It actually changed our relationship for the worse, and we ended up breaking up a few weeks later. Nonetheless, I still remember this like it was yesterday due to how unexplainable it was. My girlfriend at the time wanted to surprise me with what she said was an overnight surprise trip. I obliged. It felt like a pretty lucky guy for her to do something that required so much planning. After packing a duffel bag full of clothes and toiletries, we left for what I thought was a resort or some kind of hotel stay. 2.5 hours passed when we pulled off the main road and headed down an off-road path. I asked her if this was a camping trip, and she replied, yes. To be honest, I was a little disappointed, as I didn't really like going camping, and not to mention, I wish I would have known to pack my hiking shoes. I didn't complain, of course, because it was still a romantic gesture. 15 minutes on this road, we finally pulled into a camping ground. The first thing I noticed was that there really wasn't anyone around us. It made sense though. This is really far off the beaten path. I was actually surprised our car made it that far, considering how harsh the road was. Anyway, we make a fire pit and she cooks dinner. Everything is going just fine, and we're really feeling each other. We of course take out the tent as the sun goes down, and we're vibing off each other. Yeah, it's what you would expect would happen as we began moving things along as young college-age kids do. This is where the first strange occurrence happens. I hear scratching noises on the side of the tent. I try to remember if we set our tent up next to brush. Maybe the wind was causing branches to rustle against the tent. Oh well, that's the woods. Maybe it's a bird or something else. It stops rustling and we continue chilling as if nothing happened. Then things escalate in a strange manner. It's like the wind stopped and the environment became silent. We both felt super uneasy, causing us to sort of get knocked out of our playful mood. She laid next to me as we were trying to concentrate on listening to hear if it was a bear or some other animal in the area. Then it happened in an instant. Something like an explosion hit our tent tremendously hard. I could compare it to, say, if a log was thrown like a battering ram against the side of the tent. I say this because it literally pushed the material in forcefully and felt dangerous. A surge of adrenaline lit through my body as I felt like something violent was outside the tent. I never knew if I was a fight or flight guy, but I guess my next action gives me some idea. I yelled aloud, "Give me the knife and the flashlight," as I scrambled up to unzip the tent with tools in hand. My first thought was that I was going to confront some psycho that was messing with us with a baseball bat or some kind of battering weapon. I kid you not, I launched myself out of the tent, stood up in a flurry to confront my attacker. A few breaths pass as the cold feeling sets in. I do a 360 scan to nothing but silence and darkness. Maybe it was a branch that fell on the tent. There was absolutely nothing on the ground where the thud was heard and felt. "Hello? Hello?" I yelled again. And again, no response, until a moment later, in the silence, a chill shot up my spine. "Get the keys and get out of the tent," I said in a frantic tone as my girlfriend listened and now joined me. I looked at her car that we arrived in and noticed it was about 30 yards out by the soddy off-road path. She didn't even need to know what I was thinking as we both just started speed walking towards it. You might think at this point that I'm just overreacting, but truly I cannot describe the terror that washed over me when I looked out into the darkness after investigating the tent. I could feel like something was watching me, and to top it off, it was eerily silent. I know she confirmed my suspicions when she started for the car immediately without question. Our instincts were telling us to get the hell out of there. The walk to the car was unnerving, and it felt like a football field away, but we finally got to the car. With keys in hand, I took the driver's seat. After turning the key led to some relief that the engine started. Instinctively, I locked the doors and turned the headlights on. We sat for about 3 seconds trying to rationalize what just happened when my girlfriend started exclaiming, "My laptop is moving. Something is in the tent." She said this because she brought her laptop to serve as a lantern after dark. We, of course, left it in a hurry, as well as other items. I saw what she saw. It was being rustled around 30 yards away. Without further hesitation, I put the car in gear and started down the rough road. As I tried to calmly drive her car down the dirt path, quickly but carefully, the strangest thing happened next. A loud piercing ringing noise from inside the car's cabin. I turned the radio on and off. I checked the windows. I asked my girlfriend if her car ever made such noises, which she replied, no. I asked her again if she could hear it, as maybe it was just me being under stress, and she said, yes, I hear it. I don't know what it is, in a confused, panicked tone. Now, I wanted to write this off as a car problem, but if you were in there with me, you would describe it as some kind of bell continuously ringing. It didn't sound like any car noise I had ever heard. My next instinct, as I grew up a pastor's kid, I just remember praying for about 10 minutes or so, as I convinced myself it was something supernatural or demonic. We endured the screech for about 10 grueling minutes, and as to my relief, it ended suddenly. It didn't fade out or just go quiet. The loud ringing literally stopped in an instant. I can't describe the feeling in the car when it stopped. It's so strange to look back and remember that I felt internally that the ordeal was over once the ring stopped. Everything felt normal. The panic, the chills, all of it went away in an instant. We ended up going down a road another 45 minutes and finally stopped at a trucker's diner. We slept in the parking lot, or at least she did. I was still on edge from the adrenaline dump I just went through. In attempted bravery, the next day we went back to the camping site as the sun was up. We investigated, but saw no tracks or anything except for the contents of the tent tossed about and still accounted for. I was hoping they were missing so we could write it off as people screwing with us and plundering our tent, but that didn't seem to be the case. We were packed up and gone in less than 10 minutes as the area still felt weird. Haven't been camping since. I would go again, but next time I want an RV or at least a relatively known location with others around. This place was in the remote mountains of Payson, Arizona, far from civilization. Edit for people asking why this led to a breakup. For starters, after struggling to stay awake on the drive home, after hardly sleeping in the diner's parking lot, I was a bit cranky and mad about her dragging me out camping when I specifically told her I didn't like camping. She didn't take my statement well and said I was ungrateful. To her credit, she planned a nice gesture, unbeknownst to her, that we were going to get haunted. She also kept saying that she wasn't going to give up on camping and that I should give it another shot. I felt that was insensitive, as I told her repeatedly that I'm not interested in going out again, and that also I wish she would have communicated that that was what we were doing ahead of time, so that I could have brought a gun or something, other than a little knife. It probably wasn't right of me to act like the incident was her fault, as it wasn't. The reality was that we had only been dating for about a month and a half, and I felt like I was trying to fit a mold of a person that she wanted to marry. As she made comments about she wanted her kids, family to go camping together and whatnot. So plunging me into the deep end and wanting me to go again even shortly after the incident, moving too fast for me. Also, a hiking incident happened a month later that broke the camel's back. This was when we were on a break but still talking to each other, but it solidified our breakup. It wasn't a haunting, but it was scary and dangerous, as she didn't tell me that we were going mountaineering and not hiking. Loose rocks falling, free climbing up 50-foot semi-cliffs, nothing I was prepared for. She deserved a great outdoorsman, and that wasn't me. This was about 4 or 5 years ago, back when I lived with my mother in a shed on a farm surrounded by woodland. Our farmland was part of a larger piece of farmland that was split up and sold off. So we did have neighbors, though they were roughly a kilometer away from each other. We loved it because of the privacy. It wasn't like there was nobody nearby that I couldn't go to if I needed help. That, though, is what had me fearlessly walking alone at night between the hours of 7 and 8 p.m. sometimes, fluctuating from earlier to later depending on the day. Sometimes I even went on a walk at 2 a.m. because I was restless and couldn't sleep. Looking back, this was incredibly stupid, and after this incident, I never walked after 6 p.m. ever again, always making sure there was at least some sunlight left when I set out. The route I always took was a road circuit. The first part was in the open, in front of the other farms, including my own. If anything happened, at least one person would have noticed, and reception was pretty good, so I would have been able to call someone. The second half, on the other hand, was concealed by about 200 meters of woods between the farms and the back road, stretching a full 2 kilometers at the back of the farm, and it was during this part of the walk that I had my creepy encounter. It was late at night. I can't remember what time exactly, but it was pitch black with the exception of my torchlight. I was about to approach the turn in the loop that would bring me out into the open again when I heard it. Help, help, help. It was a monotone voice repeatedly asking for help. It didn't seem panicked in the least. I took my headphones out and turned my music off to make sure I was hearing correctly, but it didn't stop. Help, help. A very stupid part of me almost responded because for some reason my first instinct was, oh no, someone's in trouble, like a naive kid, even though I would have been around 16 or 17 at the time. Of course, my brain kicked in, and I realized that approaching that voice was just about the stupidest thing I could do. So I started quickly backing away. Unfortunately, my cat followed me on the walk and wasn't backing away with me. She was walking towards the voice, softly hissing. I remember desperately trying to get her to come back towards me without alerting the voice to my presence, just in case it hadn't noticed me yet. But I was getting scared and didn't want to stay there a moment more, so I ran forward, grabbed her, then turned around and bolted it back towards my house. I don't know if it was stupid for me to turn my back to the voice, as I was making so much noise while running that there was no way they didn't know I was there, and I had no way of knowing if they had given chase. I was so fucking terrified the whole time. The image of someone cloaked in the shadows chasing me entered my mind, even though I couldn't hear anyone behind me. I never once slowed down until I was back safe and sound within my house. It doesn't end there though. Despite how terrifying it was, there's still a part of me that was concerned about whoever it was, because what if they really needed help? I asked my mother to drive us to the location. Another very stupid decision, considering what we found. That being nothing. We called out, but nobody answered. We didn't get out of the car though. Luckily, neither of us were that stupid. We drove home, having seen nothing and no one, but it still bothered me the next morning, so I had my mother drive us over there again, and we searched the immediate area. Nothing. No indication that someone had been there. There was no body, which admittedly was a drastic thing to search for. I don't know if I would prefer this outcome, because at least then I would have had a face to the voice. But no, we found absolutely nothing, and to this day, I have no idea who that voice belonged to and why they were calling out for help. My mind has naturally come to some chilling conclusions and theories that leave me unable to sleep. Rapist, kidnapper, serial killer, all the classic horror stories, but I guess I'll never really know for sure. This may be more of a near encounter, but it was still unsettling. My partner and I decided we were going to go hiking on a trail in a national forest area yesterday. It was a fairly remote area, and we drove a variety of dirt roads to get there. But we were excited to hike during the beautiful times of the year, with the leaves changing. The trailheads had some small parking area, which was approximately 200 feet before the river crossing and bridge. As we pulled into the parking area, we noticed about 5 people on the other side of the river embankment across the bridge. They were all standing there in a neutral stance, spread legs, arms straight out, either facing the direction or the opposite direction, with their feet nearly touching. It was difficult to tell the distance. There's maybe a slight gap in the road for a car to pass through, but they took up most of the road. They were wearing all black, and it looked like they might have had black masks on too, as we couldn't see any color or features indicative of faces. As we pulled into the parking area, my partner and I pondered what was going on over there. We stared at them for about 10 seconds, and we discovered that they were completely motionless, like statues. At this point, both of our guts were raising alarms, and we decided to hightail it out of there. As we drove away, they continued to stand there motionless. Thankfully, no one followed us. We're still trying to figure out what happened there. Was it a hunting group? If so, why weren't they wearing orange? Was it a teenage group playing a prank? Was it just our overactive imaginations? Just as a friendly reminder, there is a problem of people disappearing in national parks and forests, so be sure to stay safe and vigilant. My boyfriend and I camped through California, and we stayed at a campsite near Santa Barbara for 2 nights. The first night, it was just us and another camper across from us, and the second night, it was only us at the campground. There wasn't much near the campground, and it was like a 30 minutes drive into Santa Barbara. It had started raining around 2 a.m., which woke me up a little bit, and I was just laying there trying to go back to sleep. I was almost asleep when I heard what sounded like a car crash. I lay there for a second and then decided to ask my boyfriend if he was awake. He answered, so I asked him if he heard what I heard. He said yes, and he decided to check it out to make sure they were okay. We get out of the tent and grab our flashlights and start walking where we thought we heard the wreck happen, when a person hops back in their truck, turns their lights on, and frantically leaves the campground. This freaks my boyfriend and I out because the person was driving the wrong way through the campground without headlights on towards our campsite, and we were the only ones there. The camp was lined with large rocks, and that's what he ran into. The fact that he was creeping right past the campground like that makes me and my boyfriend believe that he had bad intentions. We didn't sleep much for the rest of the night. So I live in a cul-de-sac in a suburban neighborhood with a medium-sized wooded area behind my house. My bedroom is literally next to the back sliding glass door, and every night I can hear something large moving around back there. All my cats and dogs are inside, so I know it's not them. It'll be slowly moving around back there, and then stop. I'll say something loudly, and then it'll start up again. Sometimes it will move even faster, which makes me go back inside. I don't believe it's a wolf because I've only had one encounter with one in my 12 years living here. Usually I hear wolves howling at night, but it's always from far away. I've been back in those woods during the day and seen nothing, not even a snake. It only happens in the dead of night. There's a legendary Bigfoot-like creature, known as the Flintville Monster, that has been spotted since it was seen and shot by cops in the 1970s, but that community is several miles away. I don't know what it could be. This happened to a group of friends and I on a camping expedition for a reward program. It was the second day, and we were coming to the end of a 6-hour walk. We were walking across a small country road. The nearest house was pretty far behind us and way out of earshot. At the end of the country road was a bridleway that ran perpendicular, probably about 2 miles from a nearby village. As we were approaching the bridleway, an unmarked white van came up the road, and instead of stopping, he pulled in front of us. The width of the van was about the size of the country road, so we couldn't get past. He rolled down his window and started asking us questions. It wasn't uncommon for the locals to ask us questions or give us words of encouragement, but this guy didn't sit right with me. Being an all-female group, and not to mention all of us were incredibly exhausted, this was a concern of mine. I brushed it off since I didn't want to worry anyone else. I figured I just watched too many true crime documentaries. He asked us what we were doing, as many people had. We explained the award program that we were on. His questions began relatively normal and small talkish, but then began to get more specific. So you're camping out tonight then? We replied and said we were. Ready for him to drive off so we could continue our route. Where's your campsite? This sent shivers down my spine. This may not have been anything sinister, but it was none of his business. I feigned ignorance, as if I didn't know where the campsite was, and gestured vaguely in the opposite direction of the site. Again, I was expecting him to shrug this off and just go about his day. But no. Surely you know where your campsite is. This is when one of my best friends blurted out the name of the campsite. I froze for a second, but luckily he didn't hear this. He began to ask us questions like, is it near? Is it that way? What does it look like? This was far too specific for my liking, so I maintained that I had no idea. Eventually, he began to drive away, looking strangely disappointed, without saying anything. We waited until he was down the road, and we continued walking, a little shaken. We made it back to the campsite and reported it to the counselor. I didn't get any sleep that night. Maybe I was overreacting, but I dreaded to think what could have happened. It finally started raining here, so I took my 14-year-old son out mushroom hunting over the weekend. It was later than we normally would go, and the sun goes down much earlier. But we were taking a trail to the river and back in the hopes of finding turkey tails or chanterelle mushrooms. We took the wrong turn and ended up going through a big field, which the trail would take us back around to the main trail to the river. As we walked towards the main trail, the last group of people had left, and it was just me and my son. We walked along and out the thicket side trail came this weird man. He had his dog with him that was alert at his side. He was staring at us as we walked closer towards him. Then he started waving at us, this really weird, slow wave. I was immediately uncomfortable and got goosebumps, but didn't want to be impolite, so I half-hearted waved back at him, while staring back, telling my son to slow up a little. I didn't want to actually meet up at the junction. After a full minute of us dawdling, the guy slowly turned and began to walk down the trail towards the main trail. I was warily walking, didn't want to go too fast, and we stopped to look at some plants. So the guy and his dog got further down the trail, which curved to the right and continued down on 2 blocks to the junction. I was thinking, if this was a creepy let's not meet, this dude would be waiting around the corner. And sure enough, he was just standing at the junction, off to the left towards the parking lot, and to the right was a half-mile trail to the river. The dude was just standing there, with his dog, staring at us, not moving at all. Both my son and I were like, holy shit, let's keep wide to the right. And saying that he looks old, we could run faster than him, and just planning for the freaky deaky, just in case. He kept staring at us, so as we approached, I asked if he was okay, and he just kept staring back. He had greasy hair, teeny round glasses, a blue windbreaker, plaid-along shorts, about 50 years old. His dog was a small beagle mix. He didn't answer me at all, just kept staring. We turned to the right and walked about a block. I had my phone cam facing me so I could watch him over my shoulder, and the only movement I saw from him was slowly shifting his direction to continue to stare at us. I didn't say anything else to him. It was moderately unsettling, his stare, made more so by the lack of response, motionless face, weird teeny glasses, slow wave at us. He did leave because on our way back, he was no longer standing there on the main trail. So hey, freaky deaky forest zombie dude, for sure stay in the thicket and let's not meet. This happened to me today. I had a couple friends decide to go hiking in a local forest, but this time we decided to take a different route for variety. We walked for about an hour. We were a little over a kilometer deep in the forest. Nothing unusual happened until at one point, we started hearing some weird sounds and music like a religious ceremony. We got freaked out and decided to start heading back. On the way back, we heard a bunch of other weird noises. But at that point, our minds were probably playing tricks on us. After the earlier encounter, we got home safely. I checked Google Maps in the direction where the sounds came from, but there was nothing but more woods. I don't know what happened, so I'm asking if you people have any possible explanations. Trigger warning for adult content and attempted sexual assault. So this happened a few weeks back. As I'm sure most of you know, Facebook now has a dating component to it. I was matched with this guy who seemed pretty chill. He was older than me, 27, and I had just turned 23. But in my mind, 4 years age difference isn't really a big deal. We talked for a day or two and decided that we would meet up for a drink and get a feel for each other in person. When we met face to face, he looked older than just 27. He had quite a bit of gray mixed into his facial hair, but I figured it might just be one of those people whose hair turns gray earlier in life. No big deal. We have a few drinks and chatted for a bit. He again states that he's 27. He was nice, but he wouldn't stop staring at me and was feeding me compliments with every other sentence that came out of his mouth. I was flattered he was saying those things, but naturally it made me uncomfortable. I decided it was time for me to head out shortly after that, since I had to be at work at 4:30 in the morning. He walked me to my car, and we started discussing his. It got my attention due to the fact that it was a 1970 Camaro. He then offered to take me for a drive in it at 10 p.m. I declined due to the time and the fact that I had only known him for less than 2 hours, and he wants me to get into a car and go to a random drive at night. That wasn't going to happen. I really enjoy watching documentaries about serial killers, reading creepy encounters, and let's not meet stories. The last thing I was about to do was get into a vehicle with an unfamiliar man who will take me God knows where. I know what kind of danger that can subject a person to. He was very persistent about it, but I wouldn't budge. So I got into my car and left for my drive home, which was about a 45-minute long drive. By the time I got home, I received multiple texts from him, probably at least 15. Most of those texts stating about how he already missed me, wants to build a future with me, how he's never fallen this fast for anyone in his 38 years of life, continuing with further compliments. That's when my stomach dropped. He just stated that he's 38 years old. That's not what I was told at the bar, or what's on his profile. I replied to him, inquiring whether or not it bothered him that he is 15 years older than me. It bothered me for damn sure. He states that it didn't, and that he prefers to date younger women around my age. I didn't respond and went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, I had multiple texts and 5 missed calls, voicemails from the dude. Not gonna lie, I straight up ghosted him and blocked him from every form of social media I had, as well as his phone number, which is a real asshole thing on my part. But he really creeped me out. He was super charming, but way too pushy, and was giving me some Ted Bundy vibes. So shout out to Facebook for introducing me to the creepiest person I've ever gone on a date with. Hey guys, I need some advice. For about 3 months I've been experiencing hacking from what I assume to be another tenant in my building. It began with hacking my Bluetooth speaker. I would be listening to something while doing some housework, and the next thing I would know is my device would be disconnected and the hacker would start playing some very creepy and inappropriate music via the speaker. The main song that would play is Fucked with an Anchor by Elstorm. a song that I never heard until this. If you choose to listen to the song, you will see why this immediately freaked me out. I tried everything I could to turn it off, but they would put the volume on full blast, playing it over and over again. This happened on 2 separate occasions. After this, I stopped using my Bluetooth speaker to prevent this from happening again, until they hacked into my PlayStation and began playing the same song, again on full volume, and continued to play after I tried to press pause or exit the music app. I then unplugged my PlayStation and have not used it since. Finally, yesterday, I had asked Google a question via my Google Nest device, and straight after, I heard a ding on the device, signaling someone else was controlling it, which is only possible if I grant access, also the case with all the other devices they hacked so far. Straight after the ding, the hackers started playing the creepy music again. Different from last time, it was an old song with a very creepy undertone, and the only words I can remember is, "Times are getting hard, boy." I straight away unplugged my device to stop the music, and I have stopped using the device altogether. The reason this had me freaked out more than the last few times is the fact I was on the phone with a friend at the time, talking about some personal things I had going on. Therefore, I believe the hacker is able to hear me. I'm unsure whether this is due to him being a direct neighbor of mine, or whether they hacked my devices to listen to me. I'm completely stumped with what to do now, as I've contacted my landlord, and all he said was that he would send a warning email to all the tenants, but I need to contact my internet provider for further action. I should have mentioned this earlier, but I live in a student accommodation, and to make it cheaper, everyone uses the same Wi-Fi, but I have separate logins. So the reason it's so easy for them to hack into my devices is due to using the same Wi-Fi. I then contacted the internet provider, and they said they can't do anything about it. I don't know what to do anymore. I have now had to forfeit the use of 3 separate devices to ensure this stops happening, but they continue to find a way to hack me. I feel incredibly unsafe and uneasy in my apartment, becoming paranoid someone is listening to me or watching me. I feel as if I'm going crazy. So please give me advice. My roommate Emma had been swiping through Tinder for weeks. She was hoping to find someone interesting and genuine to go on a date with. Finally, she matched with a guy named Mark. After a few days of messaging back and forth, they agreed to meet up at a trendy bar downtown. The evening started out well, with Mark greeting her with a smile and compliment. They ordered drinks and started chatting, sharing stories, and laughing together. Emma told me that she felt at ease and enjoyed Mark's company, finding him charming and attractive. But as the night went on, Emma started noticing things that made her uncomfortable. Mark would occasionally touch her arm or shoulder without her permission, and he seemed to be drinking much more than she was. He also started talking about himself more and asking fewer questions about her. Despite these red flags, Emma decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and agreed to go to another bar with him. Once they got there, Mark suggested that they go to a secluded area outside and talk privately. Emma hesitated for a moment, but Mark assured her that she was safe, and she reluctantly agreed. As they sat down, Mark leaned in and tried to kiss her. Emma pulled away, telling him that she wasn't ready for that yet, but Mark persisted. His demeanor suddenly became aggressive and intimidating. She felt trapped and vulnerable. She told me that she realized it was too late, that she had already put herself in a dangerous situation. Luckily, she managed to escape from Mark and quickly left the bar, but the fear and anxiety stayed with her long after the date ended. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had narrowly avoided a dangerous situation and vowed to be more cautious when meeting strangers from dating apps. It's important to remember that meeting someone from a dating app can be risky, and it's crucial to take the necessary precautions to ensure your safety. Always meet in a public place. Let someone know where you will be, and trust your instincts if something feels off. Emma is now dating a guy named Brad, and they seem good together, and I'm glad she won't have to go on another date from a dating site. I had been using Tinder for a few months and had gone on a few successful dates, so when I matched with Josh, I thought nothing of it. He seemed charming and funny in his profile, and we hit it off immediately. After a few days of messaging back and forth, he asked me on a date to a local coffee shop. When I arrived, Josh was already there waiting for me, and he looked just like he did in his pictures. We ordered our drinks and started talking. He seemed interested in me and was asking me a lot of questions about my life, which I appreciated. I felt like we had a real connection, and we talked for hours. As the evening wore on, he suggested that we go to a nearby park to walk and continue our conversation. I hesitated at first, but he seemed trustworthy, so I agreed. The park was quiet and peaceful, and we talked and laughed as we strolled along the paths. Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned to face me. He had a strange look in his eyes. As I felt a little pang of fear in my chest, without warning, he lunged at me, grabbing me by my arms and pinning me on the ground. I struggled to break free, but he was too strong. I screamed for help, but there was no one around to hear me. His grip tightened, and I could feel his breath on my face as he leaned in closer. I was terrified and thought I was gonna die, but suddenly he stopped and just let me go. I'm sorry, he said, his voice shaking. I don't know what came over me. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing. I didn't know what to do or say. I just wanted to get away from him as quickly as possible. I ran to my car and drove home, shaking and crying the entire way. I reported the incident to the police, and they arrested Josh a few days later. It turns out that he had a history of violent behavior and had been stalking me for weeks before our date. I was lucky to have escaped with my life, and I'm never using Tinder again. This experience left me traumatized and scared, and I knew I couldn't take any more risks with my safety. I had been using Plenty of Fish for a while, and I'd gone on a few decent dates, but nothing had really clicked yet. So when I got a message from Mike, I was excited. He seemed like the perfect guy, charming, funny, and we had a lot in common. We chatted for a few days and decided to meet up for drinks at a bar near my house. When I arrived, Mike was already there, talking to a few guys at the bar. We got a table off to the side, and we ordered drinks and started talking. He seemed interested in me and was asking me the basic questions you ask on a first date. Felt like we had a real connection, and our similarities were really crazy. As the night went on, Mike became increasingly flirtatious and touchy-feely. I was enjoying his company, but I started to feel a little uncomfortable with how much he was invading my personal space. When he suggested we go back to his place, I thought about it for a few minutes, but he was so charming I eventually agreed. We took an Uber to his apartment, and things quickly escalated. We started making out on the couch, but then he became very forceful and began touching me in ways that I didn't want. I told him to stop, but he wasn't listening. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. I started to panic and wondering how I was going to get out of the situation. Finally, I managed to break free and ran out of his apartment as fast as I could. I felt violated and shaken and knew I had to call the police and file a report. I called them right away and gave them Mike's information. A few days later, I found out that Mike had a history of sexual assault and had been in prison before. I was horrified and grateful that I had gotten away from him before anything worse could happen. This experience has scared me and traumatized me enough that I'll never use any online dating again. Just because someone seems perfect online, it doesn't mean that they're a safe person. Every once in a while, the thought pops into my mind, and I realize how stupid I was and how much worse things could have been. Ladies, be safe out there. I'd been using social media for years and thought I was pretty savvy when it came to online interaction. So when I started talking to someone on Instagram who seemed like the perfect guy, handsome, successful, and just smooth, I was excited. We chatted for weeks and quickly became close. But as time went on, I started to notice some inconsistencies in his stories. He would tell me all about his job one day and then change his story the next. He also refused to video chat with me or meet in person, citing work obligations and travel. I started to feel like something was off, but I was so invested in our conversations that I ignored the red flags. One day, he finally revealed to me that he had been using someone else's picture and identity to talk to me. He was actually a woman who had been pretending to be a man for months. I was shocked and hurt. I couldn't believe I had been fooled by this person. The woman then revealed that she developed real feelings for me and wanted to continue talking, even though she lied to me about who she was. I felt manipulated. I didn't want anything to do with her and cut off all communication. The story doesn't end there. Over the next few weeks, I started to receive messages from unknown accounts. They were threatening and aggressive, and I didn't know where they were coming from. I eventually discovered that the woman had been using multiple fake accounts to harass me and tried to get me to talk to her again. I was so scared and didn't know what to do. I didn't want to involve the police, but I also didn't know how to make it stop. It took weeks of blocking and reporting the accounts before the messages finally stopped. This experience left me feeling empty and scared. I realized that even though I was careful online, I could still be taken advantage of by someone who had skills in manipulation. After this happened, I deleted my Instagram and have no interest in being online anymore, which is a good thing because I have a full-time job and going to school. So I guess there's that. So a few days back, I went to a mall a bit far from the house, and things were really going good for the day, but then I was at the KFC in there. Someone on Grindr with a blank profile messaged me while waiting for my food. I shrugged it off, and he didn't send me any pictures, just a message saying hi to me, and asked me if he could give me the best blowjob I would ever have. Seeing that I'm in a public place and absolutely do not have the mood to be horny, I didn't reply and proceeded to eat my meal. After eating, I left the mall while bringing the items I bought from there and waited for a ride to go home. It was dark, around 8 p.m., so I had to be vigilant on my surroundings. While looking out on the road, the same guy messaged me and asked me where I was currently. I saw his distance from me was only 70 meters away, 230 feet from where I was standing. This is getting a bit worse, so I closed the app immediately and proceeded to continue ignoring him. Around 5 minutes later, a guy stood beside me trying to act unsuspicious, even though my gut feeling was telling me something's wrong with him. He looked like he was in his late 30s. I'm 18 by the way. He was a bit bigger than me, both height and weight. I started to have goosebumps while standing next to him, and it only got worse when he tapped my shoulder and asked if he could suck my dick off. I froze, having no idea what to do, while extremely anxious. But then I suddenly punched him in the face when he started to grab my crotch and tried to unbutton my pants. I then pushed him off of me hard enough that he lay on the ground, and I tried to run as far as I could. I then saw him chasing me afterwards. Luckily, a taxi drove nearby and I rushed inside as fast as I could. I knew that he had to be the guy that was spamming me messages on Grindr, because his Grindr profile tells me that he was literally 1 meter away from me. I blocked their profile and logged out of the app. What I realized is I wasn't logged out at the time, therefore my location was exposed, and I have a profile picture on the app with my face, meaning it was easy for me to be identified there. Also, the location of the mall is shitty, and there isn't a ton of lights around. It's surrounded by shitty looking houses and roads. Worse, there wasn't much people around where I stood at the time, and it was also very dark, meaning I wasn't able to identify the man correctly to report him to the local authorities. I joined a Facebook group where people would post ads for butchering equipment. I had this old meat slicer that was no longer in use. As I was getting ready for work one morning, I got a message. It was around 6:20 a.m., but that didn't seem to bother this very passionate potential buyer. He asked a few questions about the meat slicer and seemed to be frantic, like his life depended on this machine. He requested a video call a few times to make sure the machine was working properly, which I rejected as I was getting ready for work. Then he found another ad I posted, an old typewriter. Apparently, he was also interested in that. He asked me about the price, if it was functional, etc. Standard questions. We had texted for about 20 minutes when he asked if he could call me to seal the deal. I gave him my number, to which he said, "I can't call you. We're not on the same network. Can I call you on Facebook Messenger instead?" So he did. I picked up and asked if he could hear me. No response. I looked at the screen and, well, let's just say I found it impressive that someone managed to participate in a semi-normal conversation and buying butchering equipment and a typewriter at 6:40 a.m. while jerking off. Years ago, I worked at a local casino. A lot of customers could be kind of weird, but this one guy in particular, who spent a lot of time flirting with me, seemed alright. So I agreed to go on a date with him that upcoming weekend. We met earlier on a Saturday night at his friend's house for a casual barbecue. Everything seemed nice, food was decent, but I did notice my date taking an obscene amount of Jello shots. Later, we all agreed to go to a bar and hang out. My first red flag should have been the fact that my date tried to force French kiss me and stuck his tongue down my throat. Stupid me blamed it on alcohol. I know, but I was young, insecure, and just didn't read the situation well at the time. We get to the local bar, and all was okay until they invited me to another party that would take place a few days later. I had other plans, so I politely declined. My date's mood immediately changed and he became very hostile and angry. Within seconds, he began yelling at me, telling me that I was a whore and that he knew what whores like me did at other parties. I was completely baffled. He kept screaming and becoming more violent and went on and on about how inappropriate it was for me to decline his invite and how I was just trying to fuck other guys. At this point, I started to freak out and decided to leave. He followed me out into the parking lot, where he proceeded to yell more obscenities. I told him that I was not going to talk to him anymore and tried to get in my car. Then things got worse. He suddenly grabbed me by my shoulder and shoved me into the side of my car. Then he took one hand and grabbed me by my neck. While still yelling, he attempted to choke me and called me a whole mess of more bad words. I screamed and told him that he was hurting me and that I would call the cops if he didn't immediately let me go. I was actually amazed that he backed off. I jumped into my car and drove away as fast as I could. I can easily say that I've never been more frightened in my life. The next day at work, I immediately went to the security officers, which were run by the state troopers, and reported the assault to the officers. Since this guy was a regular visitor at the casino, I was not going to take any chances of running into him again. They pulled up his long criminal record and lo and behold, charge after charge of assault, stalking, and even kidnapping. I completely freaked out. They put him on a blacklist, and when he showed up at the casino a few days later, he was arrested and forbidden to come there ever again. Unfortunately, a few days later, I found out from some of my female coworkers that they knew he was crazy and had a history, but they didn't want to tell me because I was a new girl and would figure it out myself. I was livid and felt totally betrayed. Not only that, but I was paranoid that he would come back after me because I had him banned from the premises. He was consistently calling and texting me, leaving threatening voicemails on my phone that lasted almost a year. And it gets worse. Less than 2 weeks after this, another girl I worked with ended up getting kidnapped by another regular. She was not so lucky and was held hostage for 3 days in this dude's basement. He had been coaxing her and gaining her trust for 2 years. Luckily, she was found and recovered well. As soon as I found out, I quit and walked out. never been back, and will never set foot into another casino. Edit. Thank you for all the kind words and responses to this. I've been waiting to share this for a while. It definitely helps to write it out and reflect. All I know is many years later, look out for another and stand up for what is right. You just never know. So about 7 years ago, I had an online date who, after I told him a second date wouldn't happen, decided to show up at my place of work. Needless to say, I was extremely hesitant to dive back into the pool of online dating. In fact, since then I can count on one hand the number of men I've dated from online. But my sister and best friend have both met men over the last year on an app that connects through Facebook. It's used to help filter out catfishes and also tries to find mutual friends of friends that would match what you're looking in for a partner. So over the last month, I've been talking to guys here and there, but hadn't actually found one I was ready to move beyond text with. Then this guy came along. We chatted in the app and he was really nice and seemed safe. After almost 3 weeks of daily texting, I agreed to a date. For the first time ever, I did not stalk his social media profile because I wanted to stop self-sabotaging. I tend to dig so deep that I know too much before the date and have already made my decision that there will be no second date. Yes, I'm extremely paranoid. So I show up to the first date and it's okay. He's mostly quiet and kind of shy, but polite. I know I have a big personality and can dominate conversations, so I decide to give him a second shot. As the week leading up to date 2 goes on, I start getting apprehensive and tell myself not to sabotage this. I realized because I didn't want to stalk his profile, I didn't know his last name, so I text him and ask. He seems hesitant to tell me. He asks me why I need to know, so I respond jokingly that I typically ask before the first date so I can know who my murderer is. But we're beyond that, so now I simply want to know who I'm dating. It takes him a while to respond, but he sends it finally, and then doesn't text again for a while. I keep my promise to myself and don't social media stalk him. I tell some of my friends who start to seem hesitant about me seeing him again. Date 2. I show up to the restaurant, my choice, and it's pretty empty, so there's plenty of parking right up front. I park and wait. I see another car pull in. He drives past all the open spots, my car included, which he knows because he walked me out after the first date. He parks over at the side of the building, gets out, walks past my car, and texts me that he saw me in the lot. It seemed a little awkward, but I ignored it. We enjoy the date and spend an hour and a half talking until the restaurant closes. We discussed where in the city we live, general direction, and the fact that we lived in those areas our entire lives. We also discuss social media, and he claims to not have a social media account. This should have been a red flag since the app takes place on Facebook. Although the conversation was much better, I wasn't sure if I was ready to tell him I wanted to see him again, so I figured I would just go home and think about it. He walks me to my car but walks uncomfortably close behind me. I ignore this and turn to give him an awkward hug and said goodbye. I don't open my car until he walked away. I leave and get out on the road and head home. There aren't many cars in the area, as it's a heavily restaurant-laden area and most are closing for the night. I get to the main road I need to turn down to go to the direction I live in, and I notice a car behind me also gets in the turning lane. At that time I wasn't going home because I was going to make a quick stop at the grocery store to grab some items I needed for dinner the following night. The light turns red and they sit extremely far back. I look in the mirror and I realize it's him. No big deal, I'm sure it's just a coincidence that he's going this way. There are other stores this way as well. I refuse to become paranoid and overthink things. So I get to the intersection that the store is at and note that he's still in the far lane. So I hop in the left-hand lane to turn into the store and notice he cuts over 2 lanes to get behind me. That seemed odd, but maybe he just didn't know where the entrance to the shopping center was. Still, really odd coincidence that he'd be coming this way, especially without sending a text or something, acknowledging that he was behind me when we were the only 2 cars on the road. I pull into the store and note that he pulls into a row before I do, and decide to loop around and pull back out onto the service road. I slowly drive back onto the main road, noticing he gets out of his car and scans the parking lot. Not a casual scan like, is there a better parking spot, but a prolonged, where are you scan. I get back out on the road and drive all the way to another out-of-the-way grocery store that I actually used to work at, knowing it's a safe place and in a more heavily populated end of the town, with some friends who will be there to make sure I feel safe. Needless to say, I haven't heard from him since, and I think he knows I know. It took me a while, but I found his social media. His first name was not what he told me. I dug through my text with him until I found a screenshot that he sent me of an Instagram page, which listed mutual followers. Another red flag, I should have remembered that he obviously had an Insta. I started digging through the accounts listed until I found one that's not private and finds his profile. This leads to the ability to reverse Google image until I found his Facebook, which has a different first name and city that is nowhere near where he claimed to live. Time to delete my dating profile again.
The story is really reaching back to a time before all the dating sites were really a thing, and way before smartphones and apps were the center of our lives. Back then, before everything was so simplified, I used to be a longtime member of a certain IRC. For the kids out there, that's Internet Relay Chat Room. These were chat rooms that were more or less embedded on websites, and they were pretty much anonymous, in the fact that all you really had to have was a display name, and not much else. Hell, most of them had a feature that would let you join in as an unnamed guest, and the rooms would sometimes be filled with guest 04235 and such. They were a lot of fun, and I kind of miss those days, but nowadays the internet is all about look at me specifically. So the idea of anonymity being a core concept is relegated to pretty much just the dark web. Now, despite the fact that there was this layer of anonymity with IRC chat rooms, it was actually quite common to, quote-unquote, find love while chatting with these people. There was a direct messaging system too, so you could have conversations one-on-one, and you could get to know the person on the other end pretty well, even if there was no way to confirm literally anything they told you or said. I'm certain that some of the people I spoke with that were interested in me were probably 60-year-old guys pretending to be women in their 20s. And that's okay. I could safely say that this was a long time ago, or that was the old me. Now, there was one person that I spoke with in these chat rooms that I actually did have a bit of a relationship with, albeit only for a couple of months. Her username was the title to an Evanescence song, with some X's and numbers thrown in the mix, but I can safely say that her actual name was Taylor. Taylor was a year older than me at the time. I was 21 and she had just turned 22 when we met, and had started speaking. I don't remember why we started talking one-on-one, but we did. And after a while, things seemed to get to a point where we both wanted to start a relationship. Now, long-distance relationships back then were a bit different than what they are in 2023. Long-distance phone calls were expensive, and cell phones had set text and talk minutes, so it wasn't like you could be as close to the other person as you can in the current year. Because of this, we had our IRC conversations, and we also had emailed each other a few times. And before anybody mentions that Taylor was probably one of the 60-year-old men that liked to roleplay as a young woman, I actually knew that Taylor was legit. We had sent pictures to each other, including pics to prove that we were real. This was essentially a picture with the date, time, and our username written on our hands in Sharpie and covering one of our eyes. Yes, things were that complex back then. You had to be creative to come up with something that was difficult to fake, to prove that you were who you said you were. Now, all of this is to say that Taylor was gorgeous. She was exactly what you would think of when I say 22-year-old girl with an Evanescence username that likes to talk in IRC rooms. Dyed black hair, bright blue eyes, liked the color black on everything, had a few face piercings, and let me tell you, I instantly fell in love with her. I even told her that she was literally the girl I was looking for in life, and she thought that that was the funniest thing ever. From there, we did say that we were dating, actually. We would chat every night, send pictures of ourselves through email, and while things never went past PG-13, this was the happiest I had ever been in my life. We had our little relationship for almost 3 months on the dot, and everything seemed great. Until there was a stretch of time that she just didn't log in. I didn't see her in our chat rooms, and I would email her, but she wouldn't reply. I was genuinely upset, thinking maybe something happened to her, maybe she wasn't really as interested in me as she had claimed. I was almost heartbroken, thinking I had messed this up, and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime thing that I had just ruined. I kept emailing her every night, just hoping she would see them or maybe send a response like, "Oh, my internet was out for a few days, sorry about that." Or, "I was out of town." I was basically holding out hope that she would say anything to bring it back together. And then, I did get a response. But it was a rather strange one. It was just, "Hey, hop on IRC." It actually made me almost giddy to hear from her again, so I did what she requested and logged in. Immediately, she sent me a DM saying hello. I replied, asking how she was and if she was okay. She completely ignored those messages and just said, "What's your address? I want to send you something." I have to pause here to say that I was dumb, and I was in love with this girl, so I didn't hesitate at all in giving this random internet person my address. Nowadays, I would be lambasted for doing something so stupid, and rightfully so, but back then, there really wasn't this concept of internet strangers are not your friend. So I responded to her, told her my address, thinking that this was maybe the start of us moving into something a little more serious. And of course, the response that I got back was not what I expected, nor what I wanted. The message that I got back from Taylor was clear as day, and I actually remember it word for word. "This is Taylor's husband. Stop messaging my girl, or else you'll be next." And that was it. What I would be next for was anybody's guess, but this was pretty clearly a threat. I mentioned that she never told me she was married, and then mentioned that she and I were really good friends, and if he was really her husband, I would respect that. After a few moments of silence, they logged out of the account, leaving me confused, devastated, and just overall feeling kind of betrayed. That was the last time that I ever spoke with that account. They never logged back into the server, and Taylor never responded to any of my emails. So, that was effectively the end of my relationship, but not the end of the story. About 2 weeks later, I actually got a package at my house. The return address just said Taylor. There was no address or city or anything like that. It was just her name. I hesitated to opening it, thinking that it was going to be something messed up, and, well, it was. When I opened the box and moved all the packing materials, there at the bottom of the box was a kitchen knife, and on the blade of the kitchen knife was a hard, crusty brown-red substance that I assume was blood. I immediately called the police, asking them to send an officer to my house because I had gotten a package with a potential murder weapon. That was a really fun story to try to explain to the officer when he got there, not going to lie. I had to tell him that I had met a girl on the internet, and that we were dating, but then her real-life husband had threatened me after I gave him my address, and then today the package showed up. I feel like if I had to tell this story to an officer this year, it would be less strange, but back in 2003, it was like explaining foreign concepts, and they had a lot of questions. I ended up having to go to the station to pretty much be interrogated, and after answering questions for about 4 hours, they decided that I was probably telling the truth, and they took the knife, saying that they would look further into it. I don't know what they were looking into. All I had was her first name, online username, and a picture of her. I have no idea if their investigation ever went anywhere, nor do I know if that blood was human. But it was definitely sent to me as a threat, and it told me what he meant when he said I was next. All of this was 20 years ago, and looking back, I do kind of miss the old internet. Hopefully this can trigger some nostalgia for your older audience and maybe educate your younger audience on how things used to be. Remember, kids, don't tell strangers where you live, or you may end up with a bloody knife in your mailbox.
The story takes place when I was 19 years old. At the time, I was dating a guy, 19 male, and had been for only a couple of months. My parents had left on a trip to visit family in the United States. I grew up in Mexico. I decided to sneak my then boyfriend into my house and spend the weekend with me while they were gone. I never would have expected what happened. My parents had left me their car, and my boyfriend used to be a professional level bodybuilder and trainer and knew a lot of shady people. One night he tells me this friend wants to meet up in the city, an hour's drive from the town we lived in. As I was the one with the car, I was down to drive him and meet his friend. We meet in a shady bar in a so-so part of the city. I was instantly uncomfortable with this guy. He was too familiar, too comfortable, too obnoxious to everyone, myself included. All of a sudden, after a private talk outside between him and my boyfriend, who I'll call A, approaches me and says that we need to give him a ride back to my place. I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with this. He was a bit nervous and tells me quietly to hush. This isn't someone that we could afford to offend. I asked him why he can't drive, to which he told me he's too intoxicated and needed a private setting to talk to him. As dumb as I was, I ended up agreeing. I was very uncomfortable and had this terrible feeling the whole way home, which my boyfriend drove. We get home, they sit outside, and suddenly this man starts demanding I cook him dinner. I was a very obstinate teen. I hated and still do being told what to do. As I begin to deny him, A looks at me, a bit pale, and shakes his head. I go in, fuming at the order and feeling bossed around in my own home, and make a simple dinner. After the dude left, I learned from my boyfriend that he was the head narco of our city. I mean, the head honcho. I was livid that he brought this guy to my family's home. He was very pushy and without words, slightly threatening, so I very much feel like I had made a mistake. It very well could have ended terribly for me. My wife passed away after many years of battling an awful disease. We were married for 13 years, and after several months of not being able to find my footing, I made the decision to move out of state and start a new chapter to force myself into beginning a new life. I was immediately validated by starting my first job in over 8 years. Things slowly began moving forward, and after prodding from my friends, I signed up for a mobile dating app. I met a couple of people I didn't really have a lot of chemistry with. The first date I went on was cordial, but not of any consequences. She wound up asking me to fix a laptop she had. The second person I met called me and we decided to meet for Chinese food. Since I don't have a car, I walked about 5 or 6 blocks, but not before it started to rain. She had already sat at a table and was waiting for me to arrive. We exchanged pleasantries, and soon it's all about her divorce and why she lost her kids and all the legal proceedings of her case. And then she would pause, clasp my hand on the table, turn her head, lean in a bit and say, "But nothing compared to what you went through. Tell me about your dead wife." Like clockwork, she would ramble on about the craziest stuff, about how they're all trying to get her, and then she stops the crazy babbling to ask me details about how bad it felt, and my poor wife's decline in condition. I had only put on my profile that I was a widower, nothing else. It was at that point that I got seriously weirded out, deep in my gut, fully weirded out. What I couldn't figure out was if she was trying to mimic what she thought a sensitive person would be like, or was there a possibility that she wanted to know those painful, graphic details for other perverted reasons? It made short work of the entree and paid the entire check. She called me on my phone a few times, and I made several excuses why I was unable to meet again. I got a couple of calls from a blocked number that didn't say anything, but they stopped after a month or two. I'm blessed and remarried, but I'm so grateful I noped the F out that night and never messed with that lady again. This happened back in March. I met this guy on a dating site, and let's just call him Jay for the rest of the story. Anyway, we chatted for a while on the site and exchanged numbers and chatted for about a week or two until he asked me out. Even before we met up, he just gave a creepy vibe and was asking some really weird and sexual questions. But I'm the type of person who gives people chances. Anyway, the day of the date, and from the moment we met at the Starbucks, it went downhill from there. He was very creepy and trying to touch or hold my hand, asking me strange questions, and just making me feel uncomfortable. Saying that he was going to take me on vacation and that we were going to have a blast. In my mind, this dude had lost his marbles. I kept looking down on my phone to see if my cousin was on her way. She was my lift home, but there was no text. At that point, he was like, "Why don't you sit in my car?" I was looking at him like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? So I responded, "I don't think so." Thankfully, my cousin texted me that she was outside, so I told him. He was like, "Oh, I cleaned out my car and was going to give you a lift home." I didn't say anything to him on our way out. We just stood there and he tried to come closer to me. I asked him, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I was going to kiss you." Anyway, I said bye to him and get into my cousin's car, and her son is in the back seat and he's 11 years old. He goes to his car, and my cousin takes off, and next thing you know, my cousin turns around and says he's following our car. I start to panic for a moment, but my cousin kept going down the street. I told her to turn into a gas station and see if he keeps following us in there, or if he keeps going straight. Thankfully, he kept going straight. Anyways, everything was okay after that, and I never went out with him again.
I actually have 2 dating stories that should be pretty quick, hopefully. And they're not necessarily horror as in scary, but they're horror in the sense that they were horrifying and turned me off online dating pretty much altogether. I don't think much backstory is really needed for me, beyond the fact that I was in my mid-20s, have never really had luck with meeting people that I care to really spend time with, and I wasn't exactly picky with who I swiped match on. When I say that I wasn't picky, I mean that as long as they were a guy above a 2 on a scale of 10 and didn't throw out any major super creep vibes, I was pretty willing to give them a try. I know that this may sound pretty dumb to some people, but I'm the kind of person that is really willing to give anyone a shot to see if we vibe, if that makes sense. Anyways, on to the first date story. I had matched with a guy named Jake on one of the apps, and he seemed like a pretty straightforward guy. His profile was your basic mid-20s dude that was into tech and fitness, two things that were actually bonuses for me. He and I spoke for a while, sent a few photos, had a few phone calls, and he was pretty much the most average guy I've ever spoken with. I was totally okay with average. In fact, that's kind of what I was looking for more than anything. We agreed to meet up for lunch at a small diner-like restaurant, and we set a date. The date comes, I show up first, and I get the table for the two of us. As I'm sitting there, just waiting, I get a text from Jake saying that he's had some car troubles and that he's going to be a few minutes late. But he was 100% not ghosting me. That was fine with me. I get it. I've had my shares of why won't my rust bucket start moments. I tell him I'm at the table and that it's totally fine, that I understand, and so forth and so on. After about 20 or so more minutes, he finally does walk into the restaurant and to our table. But he looks like he's having a panic attack. He's sweating. It was early spring, so it was still pretty chilly outside, and he just looked distressed and disheveled overall. He sits down and immediately just kind of looks like he's lost all sense of the situation. Like something has happened, and he's freaking out. But he can't make it not obvious that he's freaking out. I ask him if he's okay and what's going on, and he kind of just starts looking at me like he's about to start sobbing. As soon as this happens, I hear shouting. I see several cops running into the restaurant, telling him to get down on his knees and subsequently arresting him. It took me a few minutes to convince them that I was already there at the restaurant and that I was not with him prior to the minute he walked in. Thankfully, the host and server could vouch for me on this, as come to find out, on his way to the date, Mr. Jake had actually hit someone with his car and then kept going. I don't mean like he sideswiped or bumped somebody else's vehicle. I mean he literally hit a person and ran over their leg, causing major injury, and then kept going to meet up with me at the restaurant. I'm assuming I was supposed to be an alibi, or I guess I would have been if he hadn't already been being followed and looked for by the police. So, obviously, that date ended pretty quickly with him being shoved in the back of a police cruiser and me just staring at the floor like, what the hell am I doing with my life? Thankfully, the waiter was sympathetic, and she didn't make me pay for my drink, which was nice. I guess at least I got a free Dr. Pepper out of the situation. And the second one is one that's not necessarily scary, but it's still what I would consider a dating horror story. It was, once again, a story where I met up with a guy that I had met on one of those dating apps. This one was a dude named Chris. Chris's profile was a bit above the others that I looked at on the apps, because Chris was actually really attractive, and he was all about staying fit, as he claimed he was former military. Now, I've never been with a military guy, but I do know a few of them. My brother, for one, and I have found that most of them are fairly tolerable, and even pretty fun to hang out with. Talking with Chris went pretty smoothly, at first, though he seemed to have a really strict, I can't chat with you before 8 p.m. kind of schedule about him. Which, admittedly, had me initially concerned that he may have been a married man looking for an affair. I figured I would at least see it through to the first date and see if I could spot an indentation on his ring finger or try to ask him what it was all about. I mean, it could have been that he had a job that he worked until then and couldn't have his phone with him. Or maybe he just had other adult responsibilities that he had to see to. I was willing to be patient with him and to get answers, so we scheduled a date for dinner. That 8 p.m. rule made it kind of hard to do anything else, and I was looking forward to it. Once again, I was early to the date, and I got a table for us. Then, when he finally shows up to the date, he walks in with another woman. I was a bit confused and taken aback, thinking he really had the audacity to bring someone else to a date like that. But it was even more awkward when he sat down and said, "It's very nice to finally meet you in person. This is my mother." This man literally brought his mother on the date without warning me. Now, mind you, if his mother had needed his care or been disabled, I would have had no issue with it, assuming he probably would have informed me beforehand. But this woman was quite fit and definitely able to take care of herself. And she was definitely there because she wanted to be there. Which was even weirder. At no point did Chris stop and think or act like this was a weird thing. He just kept up the conversation as if she wasn't there. Then, it hit the apex of, oh my god, this is so freaking awkward, when it came time to order. He tried to order one thing, and his mother told him no. Then, told the waiter something else. When the waiter walked away, he tried to tell his mom that he wanted the other thing, almost whining like a little kid. But she told him that it was too fatty and that he needed to watch his carbs. I just kind of sat there like, what? Was this woman really ordering for her adult, former military son like this while he was on a date with another woman? Again, I know that this wasn't scary, but it was definitely my, nope, I'm done with this moment. The entire date was so strange, and I pretty much ghosted him after this. I tried to think that maybe I was just being shallow about the whole thing, but it was too much. Chris was actually my last date through any of those apps, and I kind of just embraced being single for a while, for reasons that I think are pretty obvious.
When I was 7 years old, my mom and father got divorced. This event prompted her to move and follow her career in a different small town, which would pay better, as she was now a single parent. On our long 12-hour drive to the new location, we stopped on the way in this little town, which is very hippie, with lots of art and little shops. My mom said that we were going to meet up with her friend Paulette. I guess they went way back in her college days, and recently got in touch after a decade. We end up going to this East Indian restaurant where we would meet for dinner. This slender, somewhat fragile woman walks in. She was very tall, over 6 feet, big frizzy, curly brown hair with blonde streaks in it. She was Caucasian, wearing a colorful shawl with feather earrings and with very pale blue eyes. She looked like a mosaic tapestry or something. She walks over to the table and gives my mom a big greeting and a big hug, makes her way over to my older brother and shakes his hand. After that, she comes around to my side of the table. I let my hand out to her, and she just stood there, expressionless, with her mouth partly open with a blank gaze, just staring at me. It briefly made me uncomfortable, and then a flick of a switch, this spark ignites in her face. She makes a huge cat smile, kneels over and hugs me tightly. She goes back to sit with my mom and they catch up while we eat dinner. My mom gets the bill and says to her in the parking lot, "You can just follow us." We get in the car and my mom explains to us that she is actually coming over to live with us for a while. She followed us for the next several hours. We get to our new place and unpack our necessities, as we had a moving truck hired for the rest of the stuff, arriving in the morning. There is a bunk bed already set up at this place for me and my brother. It is fairly late into the night, roughly 11 p.m. when we arrived. My brother and I set up sleeping bags. I take the top bunk. My mom says goodnight and I fall asleep pretty quickly. I wake up around 1:30 a.m. I guess the patio deck light got turned on, which was right beside our bedroom. I gazed out the blinders and I could see the back of Paulette's curly hair. She was sitting on the deck, cross-legged, smoking a cigarette. I didn't think much of it and laid back down until I noticed the light from the window gets partially blocked. I look behind me with my head still on the pillow. I see the unmistakable outline of Paulette's shadow facing my window. She was there for a few minutes. I didn't want to lean up, I just pretended to sleep. Her shadow moves and I hear the front door close. The patio light turns off after a few minutes. I reposition myself facing the wall to go back to sleep. As I begin to drift off, the door of my room opens, slowly, and I quickly turn my head around. It wasn't my mom, it was Paulette wearing a nightgown. I turn back to face the wall and close my eyes. She gently makes her way to my bunk. I feel her fingers in claw formation start to comb the back of my hair, running her nails on the back of my scalp. I keep my eyes closed tightly, nearly holding my breath, trying not to give a sign that I'm awake. I smell some essential oils, like lavender, and she starts rubbing oil on the back of my neck and pinching the back of my neck muscles, sometimes holding it and releasing. I began to kind of accept what's happening because it didn't feel all that bad after a while. I actually ended up falling asleep after my initial confusion. I wake up in the morning. My mom is off at work and Paulette is waiting at the table with cereal for me and my brother. She puts some chocolate chips in my bowl and not my brother's. My brother and I make small talk. She was very giggly and seemed to be trying to make us feel comfortable with the new situation. My brother heads back to his room to set up his GameCube after his cereal. I was a slower eater than my brother, so I always was the last at the table. As slowly as I ate, she was sitting there watching my every move. Once I finished, I said, "Thank you," and grabbed my bowl to bring it to the sink. She places her hand on mine and says, "I gave you a neck massage so you wouldn't pee your bed. I know a lot of younger ones pee their bed when they sleep in unfamiliar surroundings." I looked up at her and said, "I've never peed my bed before, but thank you." She continued to massage the back of my neck for the next few nights. I ended up telling her that I'm comfortable here and there's no need for you to do this anymore. She reacted to that with a sigh, but acknowledged it. I started elementary school the following week, which meant going to bed earlier, around 8 p.m. Her and my mom would stay up much later than my brother and I to drink wine. I always waited for them to go to bed before I used the washroom at night to go pee, because my mom would kind of scold me for being up so late on weeknights. Once things got quiet around 11, I'd sneak out and tippy-toe to the washroom. This was my ritual for the next few weeks, until Paulette started doing the same exact thing at the same time, every time. Every night when I used the washroom, it just so happened that Paulette needed to use it too, and she would blaze down the hallway across my room when I opened my door. I'd go back into my room and wait for her. It started happening so frequently that I would just go outside to pee from the back mudroom door. This started to piss me off, no pun intended. I'd open my door as quietly as I could and then sprint to the washroom. This seemed to be effective for a while. One night I get up slightly later than usual, around midnight. I was a little more careless with the noise because I was half asleep. I open the door and Paulette's door opens instantly. She barges out into the dimly moonlit hallway, completely naked, and starts walking quickly down the hallway. I was already so far down the hallway, I couldn't turn back to my room. I jumped behind my mom's jade plant and squished my knees to my chest and tucked my head down. She whizzes straight by me, so fast I felt the wind push my hair. She stays in the washroom for almost an hour, with the door opened a crack, lights off, in silence. I stayed there beside the washroom, tucked in the corner beside the plant, not making a sound. I hear the washroom door open completely, and she starts pacing up and down the hallway. I kept small behind the plant until she goes back into her room. I brushed this off as a complete accident. It was just unfortunate timing. But now, every night going forward, she would literally sprint down the hall, naked, if I made a single noise, creak the floorboard, or open my door. About 2 months into this, my brother and I were sword fighting with tree branches outside. He ends up clipping my forehead, causing it to bleed pretty bad. Paulette sees it happen. She walks up to my brother for what I thought would be to scold him. But no, she stomp kicks him in the head with her boot, causing him to fall back on his back. He gets up off the ground crying and runs into the house. She grabs me and starts cradling me, rocking me back and forth. She's shaking so much that she's vibrating, repeatedly asking me, "Are you hurt?" in a shaky voice. Anyway, my mom finds out through my brother what happened and decides that she needs to leave. Her final day, she made a point to see me one-on-one in the driveway before entering her car. She knelt down and said, "I hope I could see you in a different life. You remind me so much of my husband. Goodbye," and starts bawling her eyes out, hugging me. I asked my mother who her husband was. I guess he was a Marine who died in Afghanistan a few months prior to her moving in with us. My mom said she would frequently say how much I reminded her of him on a daily basis. My mom hasn't spoke to her since. I never told my mom about the massages or anything to this day, as she was already exiled, and I felt that it would just cause more drama. My best friend and I grew up in a sleepy wannabe New Jersey Central Florida town and were outcasts. We met in 6th grade when I overheard her talking to another classmate about bionicles, my 11-year-old self's passion. We became fast friends and soon were inseparable. Soon began the gauntlets of sleepovers, birthday parties, and family gatherings. We were practically siblings. She was the first person I came out to as bisexual, as in turn I was the first person she told about being trans. Her home life was tumultuous, though I can't say mine was any better. We often had a habit of taking refuge at each other's houses. Like I said, we became like siblings. Her father was an alcoholic, strict, and prone to physical discipline. Her sister was a stuck-up girl who soon gravitated towards the hicks and jocks when we entered high school, and her mother was a pseudo-vegan hippie love child held over from the 80s. When I was 23 and she was 22 at the time, we had another long night sleepover in order to let her escape yet another fight with her mother. She had recently lost her job at Walmart, and I was going into my first shift at Taco Bell the next day. On the drive home the next morning, she excitedly told me that since she now has her own car, she would be applying to pizza places that were in need for a driver. I was proud. It was the first time she had hunted a job on her own, as I'd usually been the one to coax her into applying where I was working. Not that she ever lasted very long. My first day of training goes quite well. My coworkers are friendly and try to get me to talk more. My manager likes to playfully embarrass me by trying to get me to talk hood to the other coworkers. Being a training day, it wasn't a very long shift, but I had been up pretty early in anticipation, and this was my first day on the job in a few months. I got home around noon and informed some of my internet friends that my first day went well, and around 5 p.m. I start to go to bed, drained from a good day. As I'm preparing to lay in my bed, I get a Steam message, her lamenting another fight with her mother, asking if she could come over. Now, I had started to grow a bit weary of their fights on their end. I began to repair my relationship with my family and a few friends, and I had given her advice many times on how to better approach things. In my infinite wisdom and eagerness to sleep, I left the message unread and drifted off to slumber. Around 8 p.m., I am awakened by her bursting into my room in panic. Having just been ripped from a dream, I am groggy and disoriented. I drag myself into the bathroom to relieve my bladder and come back to my room to find her rocking back and forth on my bed. It is at this time that I notice that she's covered in blood, so I ask her what happened. She informs me that she just saw someone murder her mother with a knife. My mind goes blank. In the deepest part of my mind, alarm bells are ringing. Isn't the rocking back and forth a little bit overdramatic? Why didn't she call the police? But this is my best friend. I've known her for over a decade, and we were the only two people in the world we could count on. I suppress these feelings and go to inform my sister and stepfather. My mother had passed away a year prior, and it was roughly a month to the anniversary of her death. We were all in a dark place, antisocial as always. It was the only way we knew how to handle emotional issues. When I informed my family, they immediately go to the same place I did, though they were far more vocal about it. I offer excuses I know myself were flimsy and return to my room, phone in hand. I convinced her to call the police, and I can hear the explanation and details over the phone. A man in a black ski mask. When the cops arrive, she swears up and down that it was most likely her father. They send cars over to check the crime scene and take her statement. I ride with her in back of the cop car over to the sheriff's office. It gets to be around 2 a.m. Her sister was brought in, as was her father. I have work the next morning and request to be taken home by an officer. It takes me a while to get to sleep. The next day at work, I'm quiet until my manager asks me what has happened. I inform him, but decide to work the rest of my training shift. When I get home, my sister informs me that she had confessed. Her mom had threatened to kick her out for not being able to find a job, and she, enraged, had taken a kitchen knife and stabbed her repeatedly. My mind froze like a bad computer, and I turned my face to the monitor. I was in a Discord call at the time, and all I could weakly say was, my best friend just confessed to murdering her mother, before hanging up and laying down on my bed. Her trial started on the 7th of this month. I don't know the results, though my grandmother tells me that she took a plea deal for life in prison rather than the death penalty. Part of me wants to contest that, to demand that they take the death penalty for ridding this earth of such a peaceful and caring woman. A larger part of me was just glad that she was being punished. Natalie, you were my best friend, my sister, my platonic soulmate. But please, let's never meet again. I'll start with some brief context. I lived with an abusive male partner who didn't value my safety whatsoever. He would get really mad if I didn't leave the door unlocked, and we lived in a not so great part of town. He was way older than me. I was barely 18 at the time, and he was 26. Neither of us owned a car. He worked at a Waffle House, and I was getting sick constantly, so keeping a job wasn't easy for me. He liked drugs and alcohol, and he traumatized me in regards to both, blamed me for his usage, and would assault me while on it. When I finally got the courage to leave for the last time, I did it while he was at work. I begged my mom to help me get my necessities, stuff with emotional value, and some clothes. Instead, she called the cops. There was a warrant out for his arrest, and she got a police escort just in case. As soon as he got out, he immediately started messaging me from different new numbers, threatening to murder me and my family if I didn't go home with him. It didn't matter how much I blocked him, he kept at it. I was scared, but I thought for the most part I was safe. After all, he didn't have a car. I was wrong. About a week into this, he and his gun-owning friend showed up. He banged on the door and was screaming. His friend owning a gun is important because he repeatedly said that he and said friend would shoot us. My window was on the second floor facing the street, and my stomach dropped when he saw me. I immediately dropped and army crawled to my little brother's room and hid in the closet. His window was facing the backyard. I guess my monkey brain felt safer there. I was the only one home and was scared that if I breathed too loud, he would hear me. I was terrified. I didn't want to call the police because I thought that he would hear that too, so I silently texted my mom. The police arrived about 20 minutes after my mom said that they were on their way. He and his friend were taken into custody after the same friend had gotten him out on bond. Friend did have a gun, he didn't. Bottom line, I was able to get a restraining order. I am strictly sober and definitely in therapy after that. This is my first Reddit post, and it's going to be heavy. It contains mention of physical and mental abuse, so this is a trigger warning for everyone. I'm an 18-year-old female. I met my ex, male, 22, in February of 2020, but didn't end up dating him until I was closer to my 17th birthday because he still lived with his girlfriend. He told me that they were just friends, and he didn't like her like that, and I didn't find out till later that they were actually still doing things together, and meeting him was the biggest mistake of my life. Everything started off great, as every relationship goes. I sent pics because he was my boyfriend, so you know. And of course, I let him save them for later use. Another big mistake. I noticed that they were still texting and went through his phone, and he was saying that he still loved her and missed her. I was deeply hurt and called him out on it. He apologized and said that it would never happen again. I told him to text her that we were dating, and he did. She was pissed. She stopped paying for the house and helping him pay his car payments. And at this time, he had quit his job at Taco Bell and refused to do his new job Ubering because I need to practice League of Legends because I want to be a pro league streamer. So I worked my ass off and ended up losing my job because the manager didn't let me work without a doctor's note. So I was stuck working his job while he played games. Before I met him, I had $4,000 in my savings. He ended up using my card to pay his phone bills, car payments, the apartment, daily weed, fast food, new league accounts, and fucking CSGO knives. He kept losing his accounts due to telling people to off themselves and using F and N slurs, but the worst was yet to happen. I found out that he was using an old tablet to excessively watch porn, set up dating accounts, and have different Instagram accounts. But on these accounts, he was pretending to be a woman. I called him out on this and told him I wanted to leave. He freaks out, jumping around and screaming and crying, saying that he would change, and I trusted him. As time went on, things got worse, and I was scared to leave, and by the end of this, you'll see why. He had shoved me into the wall and got into my face screaming, "You stole my car keys because you don't want me to work, because you're jealous of other girls." Which was stupid because he had thrown his keys at me during a different argument. But one day I went through his iPad and found that he was actively not just sending, but selling my pictures from when I was 16 or 17, and he was doing the same with his other ex. I started to try to get my stuff together and put Gorilla Glue in his charging port to get rid of that filth I just saw. When he found out that it no longer charged, he was livid. He started screaming and getting in my face. I tried to go around him and grab my things, but when my back was turned, he pulled me down to the ground, wrestled me until he was able to put me in a chokehold. I was sobbing and just accepting that this was going to be the end, but before I blacked out, he let me go, and I started gasping for air and gagging from the excessive coughing. He just stood over me and laughed at me. I tried to crawl away, but he grabbed my leg and started dragging me out of the apartment. I kicked, trying to get him off of me, which just made him pull me like a dog playing tug of war. He eventually dragged me out, keeping my wallet, keys, and all my valuables, so I just sat there begging for my stuff so I could leave and just go home. He came outside and pulled me down the apartment stairs by my leg, and I was left with extreme bruising and some cuts. I did end up calling the police, but they did absolutely nothing. Fast forward, he had to move because he had nowhere to stay or live after being evicted from the apartment, and I had gotten a new job. One day it was particularly cold, and I went to get a shirt out of my car, and there he was. He was sitting in my car on his phone. I had left my door unlocked because I work in a good area. I'd called him a cheater and told him to leave. He got out of the car and was starting to go around the back, so I jumped in and tried to lock the door from the back seat. He ran over and pulled the door open and started trying to pull me out of the car. I started screaming and kicking him. Thankfully, a customer saw this happening and called the police. They arrested him and told me to go home for the night, which they ended up firing me for. Unfortunately, he got bailed out, and while he was in jail, he had given out my phone number to other people there. He walked 4.5 hours to my house after he was released, and he was looking around my backyard when my neighbor saw him and called my dad. My dad got in his truck with his gun and waited for him to come out of the gas station. He eventually did, but ran off. He harassed me, saying that he was going to show up to my graduation and ruin everything, and has gotten to the point of making multiple fake accounts on Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok pretending to be me and his other ex. And as of today, January 1st, 2023, he still pretends to be high school girls selling our pictures and making fake accounts. I'm a 35-year-old female. My ex-friend, 36 male, let's call him Will. I met him early in middle school through a mutual friend. I always kinda got a feeling that he liked me, but we were never super close and he never made any kind of actions, so I let it go. Fast forward to a few years ago, we bonded over our love of watching professional hockey games. I moved to the city for college and he remained in our hometown 4 hours away. In the meantime, he married a very nice woman who I've met a few times and even brought her to the city for one of our periodic visits. Sometimes in the summer, we would go to baseball games. One year, we traveled to a neighboring city to go to a on-the-road hockey game. The city was 2 hours from my house, so we came there. We drove, watched the game, saw the sights, and drove back to my house later that night. He crashed on my couch and left the next morning. Here's where it takes a turn. I let Will know that I could take over driving if he ever got tired. He later told me that there was a couple times where it got dicey out there, but he didn't say anything at the time and drove the whole way. He also tailgated constantly. Needless to say, I felt unsafe in his car. A few days later, I posted a pot of chili I made on Instagram. He told me through 3 different mediums, Facebook, Insta, and text, that he would love to come over for dinner and could be there ASAP. Keep in mind, it's a 4-hour drive between our houses. That coupled with the fact that I knew he was having marital problems. His wife had been in a traumatic car accident before they met, and she was still struggling with health issues, so sometimes she can't fully engage, and that I've always had a feeling that he liked me, made me uncomfortable enough to ask for some space. Surprise, surprise, he didn't respect my boundary. I posted on Facebook warning our friends about his behavior and blocked him, told him not to text or contact me again. I have since moved and he has no idea where I live. I made it clear to friends not to tell him, and they've all understood and said that they've noticed some erratic behavior from him. Fast forward another few years. Out of the blue, he tags me in a year in review post in which he took a photo of him burning the book I wrote from a brand new username that I never known about, thus I didn't have blocked. I blocked this one and posted another message to my friends, who offered a lot of great help and advice. Since he hasn't made overt threats or physically stalked me, I can't legally do anything. But joke's on him, he already paid me for the book, and hundreds of the physical copies still live in the world, as well as the master docs on mine and my publisher's computers.